unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting superfortress of intelligent black thought. This is the BlackChannel.net radio program, and I am, of course, your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Glad to be with you all here this evening. We may even take telephone calls. In the unlikely event that we do, the telephone number is 646-787-1933. That is 646-787-1933, your personal access code to the blackest radio program in existence, the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program we have a lot of ground that needs to be covered here, but we are, of course, uniquely qualified for the task. So we're going to begin that without any further ado. First things first, the final screening for Race War is going to be taking place next weekend in Queens, New York. If you were in that area and missed it last time, and there were a lot of you who did at our sold-out screening at the SVA, if you missed it last time, you definitely want to not miss your final chance to see it on the big screen. And you are going to want to witness it live in New York City here. So next weekend, if you haven't been to our website, racewarmovie.com, that's racewarmovie.com, you definitely want to take advantage of this last opportunity to see it live in theaters. We were in Kentucky, we were in Louisville, Kentucky, we were in Norfolk, Virginia. Really good turnouts there as well. The enemies of black society were unhappy. By the way, if you all really want to chuckle, you can go by Jared Taylor's website, American Renaissance. He has an article titled, "What Do Blacks Want?" And he gave his review of Race War. I thought that was all very interesting. He gave his review of Race War. So definitely, if you haven't had an opportunity, or if you want to have an alternative critique of the film, just be aware Jared Taylor has weighed in as far as how the film went, and the event in New York City on the 13th and at the SVA went as well. So definitely, if you are so inclined, it would be a chance to for you to witness that as well. Now, let me go ahead and explain to you all how this is going to work here. After the final screening takes place in Queens next weekend, after that, we will begin the shipments for the DVDs. It'll be available online for streaming and everything else that we're going to do for it there. But that's all going to take place after this next screening occurs. So once we finish out the final screening next weekend, then it gets rolling. But wait, there's more. For everyone who did not get their perk DVDs, now you know when we're expecting to begin that process. So this November, forget about the Pilgrims. Thanks will be given for Race War and Black Channel Films. So intend to have that there in time for you to cut up the turkey and try not to slice up anybody else if you can avoid it. Although if a white supremacist is nearby and you have to defend yourself, in any case, for the perk DVDs with the posters, now that's actually a bit of a different issue. The perk DVDs and the posters, we had such a tremendous turnout of people. We had a bunch of people who contributed to this project. For those of you who didn't, I know who you are. By the way, I don't say anything, but I know who you are. Or for some of you who skimped in some areas and I saw you drop a bunch of money on some things and you don't want me to don't think I was watching. By the way, yeah, I saw that too. But for the posters, because so many people qualified for the DVD and the posters as well, I'm really, it's going to take a little bit of time to get all of that in. But once we do, all of that's going to be available. So you are going to want to, those will be going out. Like I say, they will be autographed. Had a couple of my associates say, man, your arm's going to be worn out. Well, you know, that's just one of those good problems, to be totally honest with you there. So I'm very glad for the outpouring of support. Race War has been an unmitigated success on every level. I can't wait for this to be available for streaming, for DVD, and anything else that we can come up with it. And believe me, this is just the beginning. So, next thing we know, if we're moving along here, there's going to be a situation where once that gets done, we are going to be able to fulfill everybody's perks for that. And I want you to be aware of what you're looking at, because I don't want it to be a situation that people are wondering when, because it invariably happens where I announce this and then people start asking about it. So for that, for the video tribute, I'm doing something special for the video tribute. I'm doing something special this time for the video tribute. I can't wait for you all to see it, but we're doing something special this time. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. In preparation for what we're going to be doing here, in preparation for our rollout of Race War, I am going to be releasing 2 clips from the film. I'm going to be releasing 2 pieces of footage from the film. Now, for everyone who has seen it, for everyone who has witnessed it, for everyone who saw the movie, you have all been it's been nothing but acclaim about most of the film, but there was one part in particular, and I told you all about this before you even went to go see the movie. And everyone who saw the movie is going to know exactly what I'm speaking about without me even having to say anything else. But what I will say is that I plan on releasing about 2 minutes from the film before the DVDs go out, so that you all can have some idea what it is. The people who've already seen it in theaters know what I'm talking about when I say the younger versus the elder. I plan on releasing that as a promotional clip. Everyone has talked about it. Everyone has commented about it. Everyone who's seen the film, they have all spoken about the part about the younger versus the elder. And I intend on releasing that clip maybe in its entirety. I don't know. I might not put out the entire piece of it, but I do plan on releasing the younger versus the elder, so that you all who haven't seen the film or whatever, if you need to be reminded about it, for those who actually have seen the movie, you know that was probably, everybody has talked to me about it. I've gotten private messages and everything else. It was the single most striking part of the film for everyone. But I plan on releasing the younger versus the elder to demonstrate to you what the real black media is. And then you can start asking yourselves why it is that Roland Martin and TV One and all these other so-called black media outlets have never done this. You can go ask yourselves, after you see it here, ask yourselves why they haven't done this. So the younger versus the elder, and another part as well. So I'm very glad for the tremendous support that we've gotten, the outpouring of support that we have received. And I want to give you all one more exclusive here tonight. You know, I had retired from filmmaking. I mean, it wasn't a guess. It wasn't a gesture. I retired from it. I was done. After Gentrified, I was done. And I came out of retirement so that I could do Race War, because when I saw Donald Trump give his speech at Trump Tower endorsing the Confederate flag and slavery and white supremacy, I just could not see a situation where I let it go. I just couldn't. So I came out of retirement for the purposes of doing Race War. And I have to say that it is the best work I've ever done. I have to say that everyone has agreed that this is an historic effort. I want to say that I thank each and every last one of you for making this possible. I want to thank everyone who stuck by me. In some cases, I want to thank some of the folks who didn't stick by me for whatever their reasons were, because this is bigger than me. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than any one person. I simply see myself as a representative of the people. That's all. I simply see myself as a representative of the people. And I'm hopeful that you will have something that you can pass on to your children, so that this serves as a real-time historical marker of where we were and what we were doing, so that there will be no more excuses, so that there will finally be progress. So I want to thank everyone who helped to make this possible. I have invariably gotten the question, Jason, what are you gonna do next? I have to really tell you right now at this time, I don't even think in that direction. I've been inundated with messages about what are you gonna do next? I don't know. I'm not even thinking that far ahead. I want to finish out Race War, and after Race War is done, I'm gonna take a break, because I have literally been running since 7 a.m. If you all take a look at the dating on 7 a.m., there was 7 a.m., Black Empowerment 1, Gentrified, Race War. For the last 3 years, I have literally been running from 2015 to 2018. Literally. And quite frankly, I've really got my eye on a break. I've really got my eye on taking a rest, in all honesty. I want to thank everyone for their outpouring of support. I know people are curious and interested to see where else it would go. I hope I got everything to say here. I will be doing the 3-disc. Now, you all are about to get the DVDs here in a few weeks. And then the 3-disc version is, I have to finish editing that. So the 3-disc version, once that is done, I'm planning on taking a break for a while. And I'll sort it out what I'll do then. I'm not going to sit here and tell you all I'm going to retire again. I'm not going to do that, because I meant it when I said it after Gentrified. I was retired from filmmaking. I don't want to be one of these people who every time you turn around, he's talking about retiring, you know, because first of all, who gives a damn? That's the first thing. Who cares if I'm retiring or not? It's not like I'm Mayweather or Jay-Z or something. It's not like it drives tickets. It's not like it drives interest. So it doesn't really matter. It's not this big announcement. The only reason I would say it is for the people who like the films and like what we're doing and everything. It just gives them an idea of, hey, why aren't you doing this? But I'm just going to take some time off, and that's all I'm really going to do. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to take some time off and see what I can do. But really, I just really want to take a break for a little while. In all honesty, I've literally been running for 3 years straight. And remember, I do most of this work on my own ever since the end of 7 a.m. I mean, I was on the road for 7 a.m. I do the filming. I mean, I do the cinematography. I do the editing. I do the computer graphics, the music, the marketing, the contacting radio stations and stuff. Although I do have some help with that from some individuals. So, but for the most part, as far as the production of these things, I do it myself. The footage from Unite the Right and Charlottesville, I did that myself. So I don't have a crew that I can send out for it. I do it myself. With that being the case, I've been running now for 3 years, because all you all see is a 2-hour film. You didn't see the previous 10, 12, 13 months that went into making it, and all the constant travel involved. Because remember, in reality, I started on Race War in August of 2017. In reality, I started in August of 2017. And they had that was when the first Unite the Right happened in Charlottesville. And I can now tell the tale that I had ended up being about having to travel around some more because when I heard that Unite the Right 2 was going to happen, that really upended some plans, especially with working with some other people. And I'll talk about that on a future broadcast here when I can really get into some details about that. But when the second Unite the Right rally was announced, I knew we were not going to be able to open in September as I originally had wanted to, because every time I go out and go film some more footage, it's going to take about a month to get that all sorted out to decide how we want to put the story and the narrative together. But it was a priority of mine to go and cover the Unite the Right 2 rally, because Roland Martin and TV1 and Jamila Lemieux and Ebony and Jamel Hill couldn't be bothered and didn't give a damn. They all live a lot closer to those places than me, but they couldn't give a damn or be bothered to do anything to cover it. So it fell to the black media to do so. And of course, we were up to the task. But in any case, it was essential that I get Unite the Right 2, but at the same time, that extended the amount of time I'd have to work on it. So in reality, I've been working on Race War nonstop since August of 2017. And I'm still working on it now because the final cut has been completed, but the 3-disc version, I'm starting on that now. So that's going to have more footage in it. Some things you're really going to want to see, but it's going to have more footage in it. And I'll be very glad to have that out there. The 3-disc version will not be available by streaming. You will only be able to see the 3-disc version on DVD, and that is it. It'll be available on DVD so that it can be done correctly in its entirety, but that will be it. If you do not get the 3-disc version on DVD, put it on your mantle, put it on your wall. If you don't get it there, you will not have it. So that is an update on what you can expect from Race War for the next 3 or 4 weeks going forward. That's what you can expect. Now, on tonight's Black Channel Radio program, and by the way, you asked about, am I still going to be doing the Black Channel Radio program? For the most part, I intend to keep doing that. I mean, like, I can't imagine a situation where I don't have my finger on the pulse of what's going on. So I definitely want to have my finger on the pulse of what's happening. I want to have that. I want that to be available. So definitely, I want to be able to stay in contact with everyone. I want to be able to have a communication forum, and I just don't see how I fall out of contact like that. So that's not something that would be an issue. That's not something that's not something that would be an issue. But this gives you some idea of what you can look forward to in the future. Next week, the final screening of Race War in Queens, New York. If you haven't been, you need to get there. RaceWarMovie.com. Get your final tickets now. And I want to thank everyone who helped to make this possible. Next order of business. Brothers and sisters from around the world, Black society is like a battered wife. It really is. Only it's like a chick who finds it exciting when her boyfriend goes off on her. That's what Black society is. Because the copious, look it up, the large amount of abuse that we receive as a people, the large amount of abuse that we are subjected to, Black people have developed a taste for it. Black people have developed a taste for the abuse that we receive. We don't find abuse to be offensive. We find abuse to either be at best innocuous or at worst attractive, enticing, arousing even. And that's where we are today as Black people. So when you hear someone telling you that we need to vote, when you hear them coming out and doing that, I want you to understand something. I'm not up for somebody sitting up here trying to run game. And when I see these olders out here, I recognize when they're running game. And I'm not for it. So a lot of what you hear from us here will sound like a foreign language. But in reality, this is the truth. from people who don't want game to be run on them. That's the difference. We just aren't up for game being run on us. That's all. So what I would like to do tonight is I would like to explain to all of you about why voting doesn't work for black people. At one time, it kind of worked for us, but today, voting doesn't work for us. There's no reason for us to go out and vote because voting does not work for us. And I'm going to explain to you why it doesn't vote for us so that we can do what is necessary to get it to start working for us. But right now, at this time, black people going to vote would be like your lazy ass nephew talking about he's going to go get a job and he's not wearing any pants. He's walking out the door with his sandals and his dress shirt on, but in his drawers. He's not wearing any trousers whatsoever. And that's what black society going to vote right now is akin to. We're not ready. We're not prepared. We're not prepared at all. Not prepared at all. So I want to go into an explanation here where I can go ahead and get detailed about why it doesn't work for us and what we can do to fix it. Before I do that, of course, I do want to thank those of you who are supporting tonight's broadcast in the super chat. Darrell Howery, thank you very much. Quincy McKithen, Justin March, Antonio King, thank you very much for supporting tonight's broadcast, as well as Mac Jetson, Ronan Martin, always on deck, Devin Haley and the Shy, and a POV Hilarious D, the most consistent man out there as far as supporting these things go. He must have a second job strictly for us. Thank you very much for your support about this. What I want to do is I want to play a clip of Oprah Winfrey when she was on the campaign stump for Stacey Abrams. As you all know, Stacey Abrams is a black woman running for governor of the state of Georgia. They've been trying all kinds of tricks and everything else to try to, you know, disenfranchise voters and keep people from being able to vote for her and all the usual chicanery that the white supremacists are used to doing and whatnot. And Oprah came to the state to come and stump for her. And I want you to listen to what Oprah had to say. And then we're going to give you our comments about this.
You get a vote. Everybody gets a vote. I want to make it very clear to all the press, everybody, I'm not here because I'm making some grandstand because I'm thinking about running myself. I don't want to run, okay? I'm not trying to test any waters. I'm here today because of Stacey Abrams. And I'm here today because of the men and because of the women who were lynched, who were humiliated, who were discriminated against, who were suppressed, who were repressed and oppressed for the right for the equality at the polls. And I want you to know that their blood has seeped into my DNA, and I refuse to let their sacrifices be in vain. And for anybody here who has an ancestor who didn't have the right to vote, and you are choosing not to vote wherever you are in this state, in this country, you are dishonoring your family. We have our inalienable.
So Oprah Winfrey, who summarily checked out of supporting black society on anything, who summarily checked out of fighting against white supremacy at any time, is now coming out of mothballs because she's bored or because her and Gail have stopped playing footsies or Stedman has found a friend. And here she comes out of nowhere to try to wag her finger and lecture black society about what to do. And by the way, so many of you are so brainless, cowardly, and silly that you tried to say that she wasn't talking to black folk. You have folk out there who are trying to say that she wasn't talking to black folk and that she was, because you found it impossible to defend her. This is how crazy things have gotten. So Oprah Winfrey, who has summarily checked out of supporting black society on anything, is suddenly jumping up here and trying to tell us all that she's going to lecture us on why we should vote for her friend. Did you all get that? Oprah Winfrey has come out of mothballs to tell all of us why we should get up, go out, and vote for her friend. Now, Stacey Abrams don't know a damn one of you. Not a damn one of you. But Oprah Winfrey's got business ties in Atlanta, in Georgia. So she can get something from Stacey Abrams. You see, what she's doing right now is acting like a bundler. So she can be the fat cat. She gets direct benefits from turning out all of you. By the way, I do understand that expression. By the way, she gets a direct benefit from turning all of you out. She turns you out to come and vote for her buddy Stacey Abrams so that she gets special direct benefits. You know, like when Bill Clinton was running for president and Obama was running for president, Oprah got direct benefits from getting those people in the White House. You know what black society got from Bill Clinton? 3 strikes. You know what black society got from Barack Obama? Blue Lives Matter. That's what we got from Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. And the only black folk who argue against this are, of course, the abused, who like their abuse. And when we say we don't like abuse, they look at us like, what's wrong with you? He didn't hit you that hard. He didn't hit you that hard. Now, I want to go back over that here in just a moment, because there's a couple of key parts here that I want to replay, and I want you to hear here. I want you to see what this, I want to go back over this so that we can review exactly what it is. And so we can review exactly what I'm talking about here. That of all the people who think they're gonna wag their finger at us and shame us, is somebody who has been MIA from the battlefield. Oprah Winfrey has never marched for the ancestors. Oprah Winfrey has never been a civil rights person. Oprah, by the way, did you all notice what the hell she didn't say? She didn't say a word about racism or white supremacy. She didn't say a word about discriminate about black people being oppressed because we're black. She didn't use the word black. Did you all notice that? Did you notice that? By the way, I want to know right now, Oprah, before I listen to what you have to say, exactly who is it you're talking to? Because I listened to your whole frothing mouth speech here, and I couldn't figure out who exactly it is you're talking to. So my number one question is, Oprah, before I take you seriously or listen to anything you say, who is your audience here? Who are you talking to? Because I don't see it. I'm trying to figure out who you're talking to. So let's go ahead and play this one more time.
Clear to all the press, everybody, I'm not here because I'm making some grandstand because I'm thinking about running myself. I don't want to run, okay? I'm not trying to test any waters. I'm here today because of Stacey Abrams. And I'm here today because of the men and because of the women who were lynched, who were humiliated, who were discriminated against, who were suppressed, who were repressed and oppressed for the right for the equality at the polls. And I want you to know that their blood has seeped into my DNA, and I refuse to let their sacrifices be in vain.
Now, I'm waiting for somebody to tell me, and by the way, I'm going to open the telephone lines here in just a few moments so you can tell me exactly who in the hell is it that she is speaking to, because I don't know. I heard her say the men and the women. I don't know who she's talking to. That's the problem that I have. I don't know who you're talking to, ma'am. Who are you talking about, and who are you talking to? Because I only know black folk who were in those situations. I only know black people who were lynched. I only know black people who were oppressed, suppressed, repressed, oppressed. I only know black folk. And yet I didn't hear you say a word about black people. Anybody listening to you would think that it was the world that was oppressed. And this is where we all get put in a trick bag, because they really want to see how much of a coward you are. When illegals come across the border, they let you know they want illegal rights, which is a contradiction in terms and an oxymoron, but needless to say, when Jewish people talk about getting shot at the synagogue, they talk about anti-Semitism. Yes, I know the semantics of that. We're not going to play that. When Latinos are getting rounded up by INS, they tell you it's a Latino issue. When gays get shot up in a nightclub, they tell you that we need to talk about gay issues. Black folk, we talking about lynching, that's black people, and yet she didn't want to say the word black and never has. This is what treason sounds like, and they want to see if you're a coward too, because other groups of people will tell you what it is they want. Black people are ashamed to be black. And because black people are ashamed to be black, we're ashamed to acknowledge that we're black. And we figure that if we say we're black, that's going to be an automatic trigger for everyone around us to just deny us out of hand simply because we're black, and that's it. So we play this game where we try to pretend that we are not black. And we ignore our blackness. And if we don't mention it, other folk won't see it. So when we talk about, quote, black issues, we never say that it's for us. So you end up with crap like what she just pulled to tell you that this is an issue of men and women fighting for voting equality without her ever saying whose equality we were fighting for. There were no women who died in the women's suffrage movement. There was nobody lynching women to keep them from voting. There was nobody oppressing or suppressing them to keep them from voting. She is talking about black people, and this heifer doesn't have the damn decency to even acknowledge our existence, and then she thinks she's gonna tell us to get out there and vote. No, Oprah, I gotta figure out who the hell you talking to first before I go do anything. Not gonna sit here and play this game with you. I gotta figure out who in the hell you want us to vote for and who in the hell you're talking to before I do anything. Just because the viewers of your old program were brain dead and didn't think, that doesn't mean I don't. And that doesn't mean we don't. You see, Oprah, the reason why they had to pull you out of mothballs and get you to come out and come stomp for these people is because you've lost touch. You're out of touch. You don't speak for the streets anymore. We speak for the streets now. And you're trying to come back and do this old bait and switch where you sit up here and tell black folk they need to vote for your friend, but everything is implied. She's implying that black folks should do it. She's describing experiences that are specific only to black people, but then never says the word black. So what this little psychological game, this is how wicked and sick this deranged mammy is. That she is so wicked and sick that she's playing this game that the Democrats gave her, which is to go and talk to a black audience, talk about black issues, talk about black problems, but never mention black people. So when black folks show up at the polls, you're gonna get what you were voting for. You were voting for women and voting for men and voting for equality, and Oprah is gonna be best buddies with 2 former presidents and the governor of Georgia, while all of us are sitting out here catching nothing but hell and then trying to make up excuses for why it was okay that it happened. Hell no. Not no, but hell no. Now, you can play dumb about this if you want to, but she meant what she said, and she said it the way she's saying it deliberately. These are her white puppeteers doing this. These are her white puppeteers doing this, where she's having a whole damn speech and refusing. She's talking about black people's experiences without ever mentioning the word black. I'll be damned. Oprah, you know what's dishonoring our ancestors who died, which, by the way, you weren't one of them. You were never in the military. You never marched for civil rights. You were damn sure old enough to have done something. You never marched with the Panthers. You never did anything. Not in the 60s, 70s, 80s. You were nowhere. You were MIA your entire life. You've never done anything for black people, never done anything for civil rights, never done anything for black folks' rights. And got the nerve to try to act like you're going to lecture the rest of us, you who were MIA, never spoke up, never seen, and yet you're going to try to pretend that you're going to speak for us? Let me tell you what dishonoring those other people who had guts you never did, Oprah. You know what dishonors them? Sitting in a room where you're talking about black people who died for being black, and then telling a room full of white folk that they get credit for it. By refusing to say that it was black people, you're going to sit up here and have white folk in the room and give white people credit for black people's suffering and death. That's treason. You're going to give them credit for our people dying? You're not going to make sure that we get credit for our own deaths. No, that is disrespect. That is dishonor. You are spitting on their graves, Oprah Winfrey. And that's why I am here to comfort the afflicted and bring affliction to the comfortable like yourself, and to tell the young people that you're trying to fool that they need to just stay the hell home until they have a candidate with a black agenda to vote for. How the hell are you going to vote for somebody who's telling you that you need to vote because of your experience as a black person, but refuses to even acknowledge that you're black? Oh, hell no. We'll come back when you bring a candidate who actually has the honesty to acknowledge that we're black people. We'll come back then. Until then, we ain't got nothing to talk about. And you damn sure can't wag that decrepit old arthritic wrinkled up crow's foot vulture foot finger at us.
And for anybody here who has an ancestor who didn't have the right to vote, and you are choosing not to vote wherever you are in this state, in this country, you are dishonoring your family. We have our inalienable right to vote, because the one place where we're all equal, where is it? It's at the polls. And I'm here today because I know you know that, but I just came to remind you of the power to let their sacrifices be in vain. And for anybody here who has an ancestor who didn't have the right to vote, and you are choosing not to vote wherever you are in this state, in this country, you are dishonoring your family.
You are a repugnant, disgusting individual. You are a sickening, bile-inducing, vomit-inducing individual. For you to say something as atrocious as what you just said, knowing that you never in your life put skin in the game. And did you know she said, if you have ancestors who didn't have the right to vote, white women have always had the right to vote by proxy. White men simply went to the polls to vote for white women, and as you've all seen, white women have been consistent in supporting the votes of white men. So white women have always had the ability to vote by proxy. It was redundant for white people, for white women to vote. So they have never been denied voting representation. Their husbands represented them socioeconomically and represented them at the polls. White women have always had representation. The only people who have never had the right to vote, the only people who have been denied representation are black people. And for her to be as disgustingly dishonest as she has been, and to sit up here and imply that somehow she's talking to black people but refusing to acknowledge us, Refusing to specifically acknowledge us. Well, guess what, Oprah? If you're going to talk about our experiences and specifically refuse to acknowledge us, then we will refuse to acknowledge you and your little buddy, Stacey Abrams, until one of you can acknowledge us. Because on Stacey Abrams' website, she talks about gays, she talks about LGBT, her and Keisha Bottoms, who are both obviously LGBT. Nothing wrong with that, but what I am saying is, black women, it's treason for you to sit up here and speak up for your sexuality, but to not speak up for your damn ethnicity. And this is how we know that you are controlled. So as black people, voting doesn't work for us when you sit up here and let puppets like Oprah, who is going to get specific benefits for herself, and she's sitting right in front of you trying to see how dumb you are. She's trying to see how gullible you are and how desperate you are, that she's literally sitting right here in front of you with a microphone talking about your experiences but refusing to acknowledge your existence. This is how slick she thinks she is. You all thought that after Hillary Clinton they were gonna stop this. You all thought after Hillary Clinton they were gonna stop this. That's what you thought was going to occur. You thought that after Hillary Clinton they were gonna stop this. You figured we just had to do it one time and they were gonna learn their lesson. And they didn't. You see, with Hillary Clinton, what she did is after 2016, she realized that that bait and switch with black folk wasn't going to work. So what they're doing right now is they're attempting to shore up the white suburban vote, the white female suburban vote in Michigan, and the white female suburban vote in Pennsylvania. And they're trying to let illegals across the border, because these illegals from South America and Central America and Mexico all carry white supremacist tendencies. And they know this. Take a look at how they vote in Texas. Take a look at how they vote in Florida. Take a look at how they vote in these Puerto Rican strongholds in these places, these Cuban strongholds in these places, these Mexican strongholds in these places. They come from south of the border, and all they really want is access to America, and they bring all of their Hispanic white supremacist ties and ideologies with them. So they have no problem. Oh, yes, you are correct. Take a look at Brazil. Brazil just voted in a guy as president who is unbelievably enough to the right of Donald Trump. All these crazy, brainwashed, absolutely mentally handicapped Negroes who were running around for all these years talking about, I'm going to go to Brazil. It's got the biggest black population outside of America, outside of Africa. Oh, we're going to go to Brazil. It's going to be so great. Now you don't hear any of those clowns and liars talking now, do you, about going to Brazil? None of these con men and phonies talking about that now, by the way. So the Democrats want those individuals, so since they see they can't puppeteer black people as effectively as they used to, they want to bring in these people from other places for the purposes of replacing us, as Dr. Claude Anderson has been saying now for 30 years. The goal is to bring them over here. They've got honorary white status. Take a look at Asians. Asians have honorary white status, and when they vote, they don't vote like a, quote, black folk are always trying to draft somebody to be a, quote, minority like us, but when these people go to the voting booth, when they get on the jury pool, when they serve as jurors against white supremacists like George Zimmerman, all of a sudden they start talking like them. That's what occurs. They start talking like them. They start acting like them. They start behaving like them. But it wasn't that they started, it was always there. It was always there. And we're the folk who sit up here and try to deceive ourselves, because black people suffer from an inferiority complex. And this is another reason why voting doesn't work for black people. You can't exercise power from a position of inferiority, not even between your own ears. If black people are unwilling to acknowledge that we're black, that's an inferiority complex. Nobody else is afraid to acknowledge who they are except us. And nobody else is afraid to demand that politicians say our name. That's what they refuse to do. They refuse to even have them speak our name. This is a problem. This is a problem. As black people, we suffer from an inferiority complex where we think we're going to develop a wink understanding with everyone, which is the crap that Oprah just tried to play. Wink, and shadow boxing and kabuki theater, where they never mention who we are, but they imply everything. Well, you know, Oprah implied it. She implied she was going to do something with black folk. She implied that Stacey Abrams was going to do something with black folk. No, we don't want your implications because we know that's a shell game. You're going to say, you're going to imply you're talking about us, and when you get in the office, you're going to do exactly what you did and not mention us. If you do not demand that they mention that they're going to do things for you before they get in the office, they're not going to do anything afterward. They're not going to do it afterward. That's the way it works. And as black people, we keep falling for this game where we think we're gonna wink with everybody else, and that if we just show that we're more willing to suffer for their causes than we are for our own, then that all of these other groups will reciprocate and that they will begin to suffer for our causes more than they do for their own. It's 150 years later. How the hell's that working out for you? How the hell's that working out? No, we don't need to imply anything. Implying is what you do when you're weak. Implying is what you do when you're scared. And black folk, unfortunately, are cursed with a bunch of folk who are scared. But this is what you do when you're afraid. This is what you do when you're scared. This is what you do when you are realizing that when you are not willing to accept or realize who you are, that's all of a sudden what you do. And black folk are voting from positions of powerlessness. And that doesn't work. And Oprah wants to see if there are still enough cowardly Negroes out there, because if Hillary Clinton comes out and refuses to speak our name and refuses to say who we are, if Hillary Clinton were to attempt to do such a thing, then everybody would jump on her for it. You see, everybody is getting on Hillary Clinton's ass now. There was a host a few days ago, and by the way, I just want to be honest. Let's just be honest about this. When there was a host at an event that Hillary Clinton was at, and he mixed up Eric Holder and another black person, and Hillary Clinton was mocking the host, saying, yeah, all black people look alike. Now, when Bill Clinton was president, that would have been okay. It wasn't so much that people didn't understand that Oprah was mocking the host. It wasn't so much that people didn't understand that Hillary Clinton was mocking the host. It is that black folk have had enough of Hillary Clinton. That's the difference. Black folk have had enough of Hillary Clinton. And that's why they're not accepting it. Black folk have had enough of her. Black people have had enough. That's the difference. So there is nothing that Hillary could say right now. There is nothing that Hillary could do right now that will ingratiate her or redeem her with black people, because the Black Channel and outlets like ours have been rewriting the script of black society for the last 10 years, and now it's bearing fruit. So Hillary Clinton wants, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Hillary Clinton wants to run for president again. Hillary Clinton wants to run for president again. She is not gonna give this up. She wants to run again. But she now understands that black folk are hip to the game. At least where she is concerned, black people are hip to the game. So they sent out Oprah in the hopes of softening you up. So they sent her out for the hopes of being able to get you conditioned a little bit better, so we can soften you up a little bit more, so you can get ready for Massa to put this damn saddle back on your back. But yes, Hillary Clinton wants to run again. Yes. You can go Google it and look it up. I said it here years ago. Hillary Clinton wants to run again. Yes. Hillary Clinton wants to run again. Yes. So they're sending out their black apparatchiks for the purposes of trying to soften you up, to get you in line. First, you vote for Stacey Abrams, then Stacey Abrams is going to go support Hillary Clinton, and then finally, when it's time to vote in the next presidential election, it's going to be a rematch with Trump and Clinton, and this time you're supposed to vote for Clinton. And the problem Clinton is having, the reason why they're trotting out Oprah is because they understand that black folk are hip to the game, and wink, wink, and implying benefits but never specifically stating them is not working anymore. Now, that's not going to stop them from continuing to try to do it. What they're going to try to do is repackage it and see if they can dance closer to the line and see if they can go further and further and see if they can do a little bit more. Because the moment that you have a black politician say what they're going to do for black people, you got to stand by it or you get held accountable. And it's our job to make sure that we force them to stand by us. And if they won't stand by us, we won't stand by them. Now, let me introduce you all to another individual here. I want to introduce you all to our good buddy, Andrew Gilliam. That's right, brothers and sisters from around the world. Go ahead and take a look at your monitors here. Feast your eyes on this site. This is the gentleman, I use that term advisedly, who wants to run for the governorship of Florida. This is him right here. A guy who has absolutely, positively, zip, nada, non, none, no black credentials, no black credibility whatsoever. This is him. Oh, yeah, let me go ahead and just make this a little bit bigger here. Maybe some of you can explain this photograph to me. You can go ahead and explain this. I don't think you need a whole lot of help with that, but yeah, let me go ahead and blow this up a little bit so you can get you an eyeful. Go right ahead and explain to me what we're seeing here. No, I don't have receipts. I got invoices. I don't just tell you what you paid. I tell you what you owe. I don't just tell you what you already paid. I tell you what you owe. And Andrew Gilliam, you owe us an explanation for this picture, my dude. You owe us an explanation. Maybe this explains why it is that the Democrats have supported you so heavily and so readily. I'm trying to figure out from these pictures here, what are you trying to say, my man? What you trying to say? Go ahead. Someone explain this to me. If you want to know another reason why voting does not work for us, it is because black people are the only people who keep consciously and deliberately voting for Trojan horses. Andrew Gilliam is an obvious Trojan horse. Obviously he is. Obviously he is. And black people as a group have developed a taste for betraying ourselves and empowering Trojan horses. Now, you go ahead and try to explain this away to me, because I want to know. Maybe somebody can explain this picture to me. Maybe this explains why it is that he doesn't speak on black issues. Maybe this explains why it is he doesn't speak on black people. And the other reason why it is so easy for politicians to ignore black folk is because black people demand the politicians ignore us. We demand it. Oh, you all thought after race war that I was going to ease off the gas. Oh, hell no. It's foot to the floor, pedal to the metal, fire flaming out the tailpipes. Absolutely not. Brothers and sisters, I told you when race war was coming out, I'm not done. I'm just getting warm. I'm just getting smoking. Oh, absolutely. You thought I was going to sit this election year out? You thought I was going to sit this out and wasn't going to bring invoices all the way around? Oh, hell no. Oh, no, I have come to bring comfort to the afflicted, my people, and affliction to the comfortable, the oppressors, and everybody who collaborates with them. Oh, I'm on the job. I'm on deck. I'm on duty. I'm not clocked in. I'm putting in overtime. I'm putting in overtime. Hit that like button. And if you haven't hit that subscribe button, what in the hell's wrong with you here? Isn't it about time that you got some information from sources you could trust? Isn't it about some time that you heard about what's really going on in your life? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let's get this thing started. But this is your good buddy Andrew Gilliam here. And I want to make sure that we got the whole picture on here because, of course, I wouldn't want you to miss any of this. Absolutely. If you want to know why it is that the Democratic Party establishment is so hip on this guy, it's time for you to start asking yourselves some questions about what is his real priority. Now, what I'm going to do next here is we're going to go to Andrew Gilliam's website here because there were some Negroes. Understand something. The first thing that you have to understand is that there are a bunch of black folk out here who are pretending to be on the internet, just, you know, watching things. They pretend to be on Twitter when in reality they're activists and operatives for these party campaigns. So you got a bunch of folk out here who are activists for Stacey Abrams, they're operatives for Andrew Gilliam, and they pretend they're on your friends list, they're on Twitter, somebody talked them into supporting the campaign, and so they go around and everywhere they go, they're here to defend these guys, and they give these talking points, is what they do. They give these talking points. That's what they do. And they all say the same talking points. So with Andrew Gilliam does not have a black agenda. Andrew Gilliam does not mention black people. You know, you're starting to see a pattern among these so-called black politicians. The last real black politician who mentioned black folk was Ray Nagin in New Orleans, and he ended up in prison. He said New Orleans was a chocolate city and was going to remain a chocolate city. And next thing you know, off to prison. Got that took care of real quick. Now, I want to read from you from Andrew Gilliam's site when he's got one of his campaign platforms for criminal justice reform. Now, understand something, that is a sleight of hand, that's a hat trick, that's a lie. Criminal justice reform. Without ever telling us how you reform a system that is operating exactly the way it should be. But he's here to convince you otherwise. Now, listen for any specifics. I want you to listen for any specifics or at what point specifics are mentioned. And you know when you're listening to specifics when you start hearing numbers. When you start hearing somebody applying numbers, dates, that's when you're being given specifics. Until then, you don't have anything. So at the top of this thing here says, Andrew believes that after someone pays the penalty for their mistake, they should be given a second chance. Too often, our society perpetually punishes people for one mistake and creates barriers to positive reentry. Andrew supports the legalization of marijuana in order to generate new revenue to pay for teacher and instructional staff pay increases and to reduce the mass incarceration of people with low-level drug offenses. Now, did you all see that sleight of hand? It said that he supports legalization of marijuana to generate new revenue. And he starts off by saying that we need to give people a second chance, but when he gets to the second sentence, I want to legalize marijuana to generate more revenue, pay for teachers and staff increases, and at the very end of the sentence, oh yeah, and reduce mass incarceration of people for low-level drug offenses. Now, they are legalizing heroin use. We've got shoot-up sites on the East Coast and the New England states, and you've now got legalized shoot-up sites in California, but for white folks' drugs, heroin. Now, in the 80s when crack came out, remember The Wire, that HBO TV show The Wire had a whole season where they made safe-to-use places in Baltimore, and they came and arrested everybody. Now, that was fictional on the show because in real life it never even happened. But when it was black folk doing drugs, when black folk were selling heroin, Nicky Barnes and whatnot, oh, you can get a life sentence. Now that it's time to mass incarcerate white people, all of a sudden we start hearing about decriminalizing these harder drugs. But with Andrew Gilliam, well, we want to legalize marijuana. Yeah, but what about these stiffer drugs that white folk take? What about those? Complete silence. So the way that these things work, and if you've been following what's been happening in places like Colorado that legalize marijuana, you do realize that black folk are still being arrested for marijuana in Colorado. You do realize that, don't you? You do realize that that never stopped, don't you? Yes, some of you are brain dead and stupid. I understand it. There's a lot of you out there who've been doing drugs. That never stopped in Colorado, by the way. That never stopped in Colorado. It never stopped. Not at all. In Colorado, they are still arresting black people for marijuana. They're still arresting them. Still doing it. They're still arresting black folk in all these places because Colorado has set the template for how you can legalize marijuana for white folks, still incarcerate black people, and black people will still sit up here and yay, legalize marijuana, yay, so we can be narcissized, because instead of us holding black politicians to the fire to stop police brutality, we're holding them to the fire to say, hey, can I smoke my weed? Can I smoke my weed? And while you're narcissized, they're out here killing you. Now, he next goes on to say, Andrew wants to reform our bail system so that we stop disenfranchising people of lower economic means and work with the legislature to find common ground on minimum sentencing reforms. His first priority as governor will be appointing 3 new Supreme Court justices who share the values of this state, and he'll appoint diverse, qualified judges who represent the breadth and depth of people in this state. How much you want to bet not going to be a single black person in the bunch? If they are, they'll only be gay, but they will not say anything about black people whatsoever. Yeah, we kind of keep falling for it. By the way, do you all really think that the legislature is going to reform the bail system that makes so much money for them? You think the legislature wants to reduce that in Florida, the state of Zimmerman? You think Florida is going to allow that to occur? No, I'm serious. Do you really believe that's going to happen? You really believe that's going to occur? Now, it says one of Andrew's first acts as mayor was to usher in a new ban the box policy to help former offenders find employment in the city, and he continued to fight for more programs focused on helping offenders and at-risk juveniles from falling deeper into the criminal justice system. Andrew believes that the best way to fight crime in any city is to ensure that every man or woman in the community has the chance to earn a good-paying job that allows them to support their family. Now, did you all see the sleight of hand there? He said that as mayor, that what he did was he banned the box as far as city hiring. And then he simply just goes off and gives you an innocuous statement. One of Andrew's, Andrew believes that the best way to fight crime in any city is to ensure that every man or woman in the community has the chance to earn a good-paying job that allows them to support their family. At no time here did he say that he wants to ban the box, in this case, the box where you ask people if they have a felony. At no time did he ever say, I want to make it illegal for all employers to ask if you've got a felony. Did you notice that little sleight of hand? Did you notice how he did that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see how he did that for you? Saw how he did that? Boy, he was slick on that, wasn't he? Boy, he was slick. Told you that he banned it for the city and then tells you, and I believe everybody should have a chance to have a good paying job. Now, you're going to make the connection between those two because this is deliberate, that somehow those two sentences are connected. But do you realize if he wanted to say, my campaign platform is to ban asking people about felony convictions on job applications, do you realize he would have said it? If that was what he wanted. He just says, I believe everybody should have a chance to get a good paying job that supports their family. But who the hell doesn't agree with that? He didn't say, and the way you do that is to keep them from asking if you got a felony. He didn't say that. So if you vote for him, you cannot say, well, he said he was going to ban the box for employment so that people with felonies could get a job. No, actually, he didn't say that. No, actually, he did not say that. He implied it, and he's hoping that you fall for the implication. But in reality, take a look at the structure of this sentence, the structure of this paragraph. No, he never said that he wanted to make it illegal for people to ask if you've got a felony on a job application. No, he did not do that. And if you really take a look at this right here, he didn't really say that he was going to do anything to stop police profiling for drug offenses. Didn't say that either. If you take a look at this, that's not what he's actually saying. But that's what is implied if you read it loosely. But if you read it strictly, which is what a court will do, if you read it strictly, then you'll realize that, oh man, he's not actually promising anything. Oh, wait a minute. I did find one thing that he did promise. Oh my goodness. Well. Take a look at this. Andrew also launched Operation Safe Neighborhoods. Well. I wonder where this is gonna go. A community collaborative focused on building stronger relationships between citizens and law enforcement. Oh, damn it, here comes the other shoe dropping. All of you folks who said that he was for black folks and this is gonna help black people, when we get some specifics, the only specifics that he starts naming is the police. He wants to build stronger relationships between citizens and law enforcement and better applying resources in the city's highest crime areas. Better applying resources. What resources? More police. Through increased investments in law enforcement. Let me make sure that you all can see this here. Okay, that's too small. Let's move that up a little bit. I want you to be able to see this here. Yeah. Through increased investments in law enforcement, diversion and reentry programs, and an expansion of human services in the highest crime areas of the city, Tallahassee is the safest it has been since 2013, including a 10% decrease in total crime. Remember, I told you all that you can tell when a politician is making a specific promise when he starts mentioning names, dates, and numbers. When we get to the paragraph about the police and what they're going to do here, he starts mentioning names, dates, and numbers. Something he didn't do in the previous 3 paragraphs, but when he got here, all of a sudden, when it's time to talk about the police and what they gonna do to you, all of a sudden he starts specifically mentioning names, dates, and numbers. All the things I told you specifically for us to look at before so that we could see what it was, so we could know what we were supporting. You didn't know what you were supporting before, but when it's time to send that dog whistle, when it's time for him to blow that dog whistle to white society, don't worry about me. I'm not one of these troublesome Negroes. I believe in locking them all up just like you all do. All of a sudden, now we start getting specifics. Now, all of a sudden, he starts giving you specific numbers. It goes on to say, as a city commissioner, Andrew helped create the Palmer Monroe Teen Center. Oh God, another community center. Equipped with the Community Connections Restorative Justice Program. This new center works with youth offenders to build nonviolent communication skills within teens to help them adjust their life trajectory and make better choices. The program has resulted in a 90% success rate among recidivism rates for youth who complete the program. By the way, how do you have a 90% success rate in a situation like this? How does that even work? And by the way, more community centers. Will those be owned or run by black people? Who's going to make the money off of that? You're going to bring in a bunch of white counselors, a bunch of white contractors. The money is going to keep free flowing to them like it has been to come help the little Negroes, because that's what you do. That's what you do. Black folk keep falling for this. Voting does not work for us because we keep falling for all of these damn Trojan horses. This is why voting doesn't work for us. Voting doesn't work for us because we keep choosing Trojan horses to be our representative. And when it's a life or death situation, we can't get anything done for us because the Trojan horses are there for the specific purposes of betraying you. That is their sole purpose for existing. That's their sole purpose for existing, is to do that to you. That's the sole purpose. And so I took out this time here tonight for me to go ahead and go over some of these reasons and numbers, but I understand that there are those of you who may not agree with that for whatever your reasons are. And for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines. If you are one of these people out here who is trying to tell everybody that we just need to vote and we just need to do what we need to do here, and don't y'all worry about the rest of this here going on. That ain't important now. That's not important. We just need to keep doing what we've been doing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines for you. The number is 646-787-1933. That is 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the blackchannel.net radio program. You can go ahead and give us a call up here. We would all be very glad to see for you to explain to us why is it that black folks should vote. Tell us where voting is working for us today. If you are a Stacey Abrams supporter, I would like for you to call this number, 646-787-1933. If there is anybody in the chat room who has been questioning, debating it, arguing over it, tell them that they need to call us up. This is their opportunity to speak to everyone live. The number is 646-787-1933. That is 646-787-1933, the blackchannel.net radio program. I'm going to go ahead and take a couple of phone calls here, but before I do, I would like to thank everyone who has supported this hour of the blackchannel.net radio program on the super chat. Brooklyn Boy, thank you very much. Jay Butler and John Hart, Ralph M. Johnson and Shelly Williams, thank you very much for your contributions. Manchester Police, well, at least they're doing something here helpful. DeAndre Mosley, he's been contributing for a lot of the work here. Appreciate that. Kareem Hunter, Omar Gray, Black Logic, Deshaun Akejuel, thank you very much, brother, for your support over the years. Black Engineering Student, we need more of those as well. Timothy Moore has signified not once but twice, so Black First and B1, brother, thank you very much. Jane B. Regina Palmer, she figured out how to work the super chat, or at least she kind of thought she was, because she typed a 20 and then she gave $1.99, so she's still working on figuring out how that super chat works. Don't worry, baby, it's called a dial pad. It's only been around for 100 years. Derek Tillman, thank you very much. He wasn't able to listen in, but he did leave money. That's always welcome. The Gray Man, Lady Miss Thing, Just Acting, Miss Howard, and French Quebec. So our high yellows have weighed in. Thank you very much for supporting this hour of the blackchannel.net radio program. I plan on trying to get something a little bit easier for that as well, because Google takes a bunch of your money. They take 1/3 of the money that people contribute, and I know that's not really what they have in mind, so I'm going to see if I can come up with something a little bit better as far as that's concerned. It'll make it a little bit easier and give us an opportunity to be more interactive as well. If you are one of these people who wants to explain why voting does work for black folk, if you believe it does, by all means, why don't you go ahead and give us a call up at 646-787-1933, and you can explain to all of us how it is that voting is going to work for black people. First call out of the gate here. I want to get caller from 706. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hey, how you doing today, Mr. Black?
What's your name? Where you calling from?
Lamar Westfield. I'm in a different city. I'm a truck driver.
Okay. What city do you live in?
I live in Augusta, Georgia.
All right. You live in Augusta, Georgia. Been through there many times. What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, I'm calling why they always getting celebrities to represent our interest instead of getting like real intelligent black people when it comes down to the Democrat.
Because this is war, and in war you don't declare war the day you start shooting at people. You do preparation for war. Black people do not understand the art of war. These people have been at war with us for hundreds of years. Thousands, if you want to be technical about it. They have been at war with us for hundreds of years. And they are prepared before they go. And in my movie Race War, I have a whole chapter dedicated to the coons and collaborators. And I make the point that you cannot have a discussion about white supremacy without discussing the role of collaborators. These other people understand that they are a numerical minority in a lot of cases and how tenuous their grasp on power is. So before they march into battle, the first thing they do is start throwing around dollars to cultivate collaborators, people who look like the people that they're going to go in and conquer, people who look like the people that you're going to go in and oppress. They look like you, but they serve these other people's interests. And they do this long before they ever show up to shoot you. This is a long-standing tradition of colonizers, brother. Colonizers for hundreds of years, the Spanish, the French, the Dutch, the English, the Germans. Colonizers have always cultivated bilingual people. That's the first thing they did. They had one white man who, he was going to be their Tarzan, and he would live among the natives, infiltrate the natives if they didn't kill him right off the bat. And his job was to go in and infiltrate. His job was to go in and learn the language. And along the way of learning the language, once he learned the language, he would start to learn the societal norms. He would start to learn the cultural norms. And most importantly, he would start to learn where the societal divisions are. He would see these people through their own eyes. So if there was any point of weakness, any point of vulnerability, any point where you could sneak in and start to exploit a weakness, this guy knew what it was. So by the time the ships with the cannons showed up, they already knew who to exploit. They already knew who to pay off. They already knew who to induct and who to draft. They already knew who to back. They already knew how to pit both sides against each other. This is a long-standing tradition of colonizers. When you take a look at places like Rwanda, and that is what they have always done. Places like Ethiopia is what they've always done. In the Sudan, what they've always done. In Nigeria is what they have done and continue to do to this day. Do you notice that in Africa, white folk go all over Africa talking about you need to accept homosexuality, but did you notice that they don't say you need to accept each other? Did you notice that? They didn't say that you need, white folk are not over there in Africa. Bill Clinton and Bill Gates are not over there in Africa telling black people that they need to put their tribalism aside. They're not teaching integration in Africa among the separate tribes, among the Igbo and the Hausa-Fulani and the Delta. They're not teaching integration. Among the Hutus and the Tutsis, they're not teaching integration. Now, when white folks show up in South Africa, they're teaching integration. You need to start integrating. But at every other corner of Africa, you don't hear a word about integration, just homosexuality and gay rights. Now that they are telling you. But in all the places where it's nothing but black folk and we have tribal differences, they're not preaching integration only where white people are. Amazing. So, brother, by the time you see the guns and hear the cannons, understand they have cultivated collaborators among you long before they got there. So your sports athletes, I mean, understand you can't get in the NBA if you don't signal to them that you're safe. I mean, in high school, if you go into high school, that's why there's cracking down on them in high school now. They don't, you see, high schoolers aren't getting paid. They have to play football because they believe in it. And when these black parents teach their children to take a knee, like Kaepernick, the white coaches step in and immediately say, hey, no. You won't even make it to the college. Doesn't matter if you're the best damn football player the state's ever seen, you'll never make it to college. So they're openly letting you know that the best players are not who they're looking for. They want the most subservient and submissive. That's what they're looking for, and they're enforcing it. So what you end up with in the NFL isn't the best athletes on the planet. It's the best athletes who kiss the most ass, or at least signified or signaled that they would. And that's who ends up getting these merchandising deals and these endorsement deals and going to the White House and rubbing elbows with Obama. These are Negroes who have already either been beaten into submission or submitted readily on their own. That's who you end up with. But because you don't see the sausage being made, because we don't make our own sausage, you don't see the sausage being made, you just see the results. And you just say, man, these traitors just popped up from nowhere. These collaborators popped up from nowhere. No, brother, they've been there the whole time. They've been cultivating them the whole time. This is a part of their culture. It's a part of their culture. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's a survival mechanism. Like with the Bible, they're the ones who taught black folk how to selectively read the Bible. There was one set of chapters that they read, and the parts they told you, you just go over the same parts over and over again, telling you be a good slave. They have always cultivated how they could bend you to their will. Problem for us is we haven't been asking enough questions. At least not until now. I'll let you have the last word.
Yes, Mr. Black. I wanted to ask you one more question. I know you got to pick up another call, but do you think Chance the Rapper is part of it too? Because he was doing this thing on how to vote, but he didn't speak on no black issue or anything, sir.
Well, his father's a politician. I mean I believe his dad's a politician.
Yeah, okay, he worked for Obama.
Yeah, I mean, this Chance is a part of the machine. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't say some good stuff, but the problem is that black folk need to stop falling for poison in a candy coating. Just because somebody says some good stuff, that don't mean they're part of the team. If they refuse to say the words black and speak for a black issue and speak on black agenda, they're not speaking to us. Let them leave the damn room and go speak to whoever the hell they're really talking to. But you're not talking to us. You're not talking to us. And we have to be very strict about that. When we show people that we are willing to enforce it, when we show them that we are willing to enforce it, then things are going to change. But first, we have to demonstrate that we are willing to punish the Stacey Abrams and the Andrew Gilliams, and that we're not going to fall for this shell game. That we see what you're doing. You're sending out Trojan horses who are not actually speaking up for black folk. We see the game you're running, and we're not going to go for it. That's what we need to do. When we do that, things will change. It'll change across the board. It'll change across the board. But first, we got to do it. And when we demonstrate to the politicians that whether they have a code of conduct or not, we do, then they're going to have to communicate with us and negotiate with us about our code of conduct. All of a sudden, you are going to start seeing them begrudgingly mention a black agenda. But they're not going to just give up power, brother. Our beloved ancestor, Dr. John Henry Clark, said it so well, and I live by this every day. Power is not given. Power is taken. You do not beg for power. You assume it. You don't ask to sit behind the steering wheel. You sit down and grab the keys. Whether you think you're qualified or not, you know this, you're old enough to know your white supervisors, you probably got a couple of them that you trained, or fellows who became supervisors got hired at the same time as you. But were they qualified? No, but they assumed power. Now, they done screwed up the company and every damn thing else, but he's like, I don't care if this car only rolls at 5 miles an hour, it's going to be a white man rolling it. I don't give a damn if we put a black person in it, it could go 100 miles an hour. It'll go 5 miles an hour with me driving it. And everybody else has to suffer the consequences. So, brother, power is not given, it's taken. Power is taken. And we will have power once we start to take power. That's the way it works. But it starts between you and me and us and we. When we start assuming power amongst ourselves, then things change. Thank you very much for your call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Be safe out there on the road. Let me get caller from 646. Caller from 647 rather. You're on the live with the BlackChannel.net radio program.
Hey, how are you?
What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm Jerry from Montreal.
Jerry from Montreal. What's on your mind?
Okay. I wrote down some points, so I'll just say them now. First of all, thanks a lot for all the black Americans who've been fighting white supremacy. I've been here for like 10 years, and it's made my life a lot easier since I'm African and stuff. So I'd like to thank y'all for that, and maybe one day it'll be easier for you guys. I only have to be here for 5 more years and deal with the stuff you guys deal with.
You talk as if Canada's better.
It's bad still, but
it's bad still, but
so,
did you really just say it's bad still, but? Brother, Canada is no different from America. You're going to sit here and tell me that the colonizer there is different from the colonizer here? This is why we make so little progress. Because as black folk, we're so quick, especially everybody wants to pretend that racism is a Southern problem. That it's a problem of the Southern United States, or that it's an American problem. See, when they start expanding, well, if I'm outside of America, I'm safe. No, actually, no, it's not. When you go to any prison in Canada, who's the majority of people there? It doesn't matter where you go. Numerically, we run into the same damn circumstances. Everywhere we go where black folk are in a society where they get the opportunity to lord over us, you find yourself the majority of the prisons, majority of the inmates, majority of folk killed by police, majority of the people, the poorest people in the country, redlined, marginalized, everything else. Everywhere we go. And we sit up here and try to play this game with ourselves. Well, if I'm not in America, I'm cool. No, it's not cool. It's not okay. You're not all right. Canada is no different. If they can get you to just make that sentence that, yeah, it's not as bad as America, right then he's got you. Because you have mentally and emotionally accepted the situation. The moment you say it's bad for them down, good thing I'm not in America. As soon as you say that, that's it.
That is true. I'd also like to say that voting makes no sense if you guys don't have a dog in the race. It's like participating in a game to win everyone else wins the riches. So it doesn't make any sense for you. So unless if you have an actual viable option, better just sit it out.
Definitely, we need to have a game plan before we get in this game. The idea that we're going to vote and there is no game plan in place at all. No game plan in place at all. This is the problem that we have. I'll let you have the last word.
Thank you for the love, and keep doing your thing. Take care.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do call in again. Let me get caller from 214. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hi, Jason. This is Winston in Dallas.
Winston in Dallas, Texas, my old stomping grounds. What's on your mind, brother?
I have a reason to vote, and I would say it starts like this. We got 40 million black folks. If 10% or 4 million give $100 and we create a super PAC, a political action committee, hire a Washington lobbyist, and have as a agenda black entrepreneurship, support of existing black businesses, and HBCUs. Those may be our 3 to start off with. That would give us a reason.
In the future, yes.
The game plan.
In the future, yes. But what about now? What about right now? Because what you're talking about, is
local.
You're talking about aspirationally. I'm talking about where we are right now.
Right. Yeah. Well, locally, I think at the local level, we have a higher probability of making a difference in terms of your local city councilman or your neighborhood community activist. At the local level, I think you have a greater chance of making an impact than at the national level.
Well, that goes without saying. However, how do you make an impact at the local level? Because right now we're not seeing that. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at Dallas. Take a look at Houston. So how do we make an impact at the local level?
I have seen people in neighborhoods gather up people like in a couple of like 10 or 20 blocks and go door to door and literally elect a particular city councilman here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because most people don't participate in the voting process at the local level. So I have seen neighbors congregate and collaborate and work together to get a particular city councilman elected.
Okay, and that's organizing. That's real nice.
Yeah.
But that's not telling me how voting works for us at the local level. You're not explaining how it works for us. You're just explaining, here's how you can organize and get somebody in office. Okay, that's not making voting work. That's voting, but that's not making voting work for you. So let me try a second time. How do we get voting to work for us at the local level?
So the person that you are advocating, if you give them your 5 or 6 platform planks, the 5 or 6 things that are important to you, whatever they may be, whether it be, entrepreneurship or clean water or whatever it is, then you make sure that candidate understands that they are going to be your advocate for those issues when they get on the city council. I mean, that's the starting part.
Yes, and I don't know a single black politician in the city of Dallas who has claimed a black agenda of any kind.
That is a true statement.
Okay, so my next question here would be, okay, well, I know there were folk who went door to door and they got a black politician elected, or at least you said they were campaigning for a black politician. Did he get elected?
No, it was a white. This is the white person I'm referring to, not a black person.
Well, black folk haven't done it. Okay, so like I say, these are all good hypotheticals. Don't get me wrong. And what you're saying, these are all very good hypotheticals. The real problem, brother, is here's where it starts. You get those 20 people to go door to door when you have an agenda. And black people as a group, I've been beating on this drum for years, and every election year, I put it out there so that people would be able to articulate exactly why we do what we do and why we don't do it. I will not vote for a politician who does not articulate a black agenda. A wasted vote and a waste of your weekend standing in line is when you go to vote and there is no agenda on the ballot. Take a look at Andrew Gilliam's website. I defy anyone to show me the agenda. Not one that does anything for black people. And at the local level, you're correct. Voting could work for us. It could, if there were actually a black agenda. And if the people had a black agenda. But without that, brother, we don't have anything. We don't have a black agenda. And if you don't start there, all you are is a bunch of people standing in line. You get the politician in line, not with the votes, but by letting him know before we talk about votes, money, or anything else, we need to discuss the agenda of the people. And then he realizes, he can't get anything done. State, local, state, federal, you want your vote to work for you, you start there. Now, of course, you have the most efficacy at the local level. The police who are killing black folk is happening at the local level. Your vote's going to be strongest at the local level. Absolutely. Absolutely. Your vote is most potent there, but it's worthless if you don't have an agenda. If there is no agenda, why vote? You gotta vote before you have to have an agenda before you vote. We are not prepared to walk into a voting booth anywhere. We're not ready. And that's not what black folk want to hear. Now, the only thing that black people voting can do right now is empower white society, which is what we've been doing. We've been empowering white society. That's why Oprah Winfrey, who has no black credentials, no black ties, she has no black connections to black society, she's telling you all vote for Stacey Abrams, yet another person with no black credentials, no black ties. She's got no roots in black society. Her roots are all the white folk. That's what she's got. That's it. And we keep falling for that. So, yes, what you're saying, aspirationally, yeah, it would work. As soon as we get an agenda, we start there. Then we can discuss the city, state, wherever you want to go. We can discuss all of that. I'll let you have the last word.
And my last word is going to be to all the callers and all the people in the chat. So I will challenge everyone in the sound of my voice, instead of waiting for Jason or people like Jason to take the ball and move forward, that we need to take responsibility. Each one of us individually needs to understand, what can I do to push the agenda forward, instead of waiting for the Jasons of the world, because he's only one person. He's going on break. So who's the next Jason, or who's the next advocate? Instead of us participating by just watching, why not execute and do something, whatever it may be? You don't have to make a movie. You may start a business. But instead of always looking to the Jasons of the world, maybe some of us need to get up off our asses and do something ourselves, and maybe we would make things better. Black first.
Black first, brother. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Always good for me to hear from my old stomping grounds out there. I want to say a special thanks to Timothy Moore. This brother is not doing a lot. He is doing everything tonight. Thank you very much for supporting the broadcast. Black Anuru, J Fields 247. Thank you very much. Regina Palmer. Very glad she figured out that keypad. Teamwork makes the dream work. Classic brother. Thank you very much also as well. Let me get caller from 516. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Good evening, Jason Black. This is Patrick. I'm calling from Long Island.
Patrick from Long Island. What's on your mind, brother?
Well, just a couple of things. First of all, let me just address Plantation Mammy, Oprah Winfrey. I've been saying on social media for a little while now that Oprah Winfrey and Whoopi Goldberg are the original Diamond and Silk. I've been saying that for a while, and it goes to show. And it goes all the way back to her being in that movie, The Color Purple, with Whoopi Goldberg. That's the original Diamond and Silk right there. You know, it doesn't surprise me at all that Oprah Winfrey would rear her ugly head, running her mouth, and betraying black society, because she's always been betraying black society. I mean, you remember when she had Mark Furman, that animal, that LAPD cop who framed O.J. Simpson, planted all that evidence, was going around here talking about black people with niggers, how he was planting evidence on black people, how he was assaulting black people, and it was all caught on tape. You remember that, right?
The world remembers that. Get on with your point, brother.
Well, she had him on her show twice. She had him on in 1997, and then she had him on again in 2010. And she never, ever held his feet to the fire. As a matter of fact, the second time that she had him on the show, Mark Furman was talking about, well, I don't really want to talk about racism. I don't want to talk about racism. I don't want to talk about racism. And she had cleared him by saying, well, yeah, we heard you on the tape saying nigger, but just because you use the word nigger, that doesn't mean that you're a racist. She didn't even wait for him to say that. She said that for him. Do you remember that part? That was disgusting. So right there, she showed a willingness to have total disregard at all for black society. I mean, you give a guy like Mark Furman a pass after hearing the vile things that he said on that tape? You give him a pass? And then this next guy, this Andrew Gilliam character, he's the next Barack Obama. He's no different from Barack Obama.
This guy, Andrew Gilliam, Andrew Gilliam is a darker-skinned Barack Obama. That is Andrew Gilliam. Andrew Gilliam, this guy, Andrew Gilliam, you can take a look at him and obviously see that he is the most non-threatening Negro that they could possibly find. He's wet as a sock. And he is making it very clear, not only does he not have a black agenda, he could be concerned less about one, but there's something else about this guy that's really problematic, and I'll tell you what it is here. What was really problematic for me about Andrew Gilliam, I want to just show it to you right here, because every time I turn around, there you see it. And what it is this goofy ass smile. And I gotta tell you, white politicians don't smile like that. Go take a look at the presidential picture of your current president, Donald Trump. Go and take a look at those campaign pictures. Go take a look at pictures of Mitch McConnell. These men don't smile. These men show up to let you know they're serious. And black men should be the most serious people in the world. And here this guy shows up with his damn turquoise shirt on or whatever, his aqua blue shirt on, trying to show people that he is not threatening. And I want you all to understand something. You can't pretend to be not threatening for any real length of time. If you are actually a threat, at some point you're going to slip up, especially when somebody confronts you. A person who's a threat doesn't really know how to be a coward. And so when you see a Negro who every time you meet him, he's not threatening, that's not an act. That's not pretend. That's who he is. That's who he is. That's exactly who he is, and we are refusing to acknowledge that. Every time I see Andrew Gilliam, that is the dark-skinned Barack Obama, which means that black folk can expect the exact same results from him that they got from Obama, which is
absolutely
nothing.
I mean, he wouldn't even call the Republican candidate that he's running against a racist. Like, he was implying that the guy was a racist, but he wouldn't even flat out call the guy racist when the guy very clearly is a racist. So once I saw that, I was like, okay, I see the game he's playing here. I see. It's a game. He's the decoy. He's the black decoy, exactly like Barack Obama was. He's the black decoy. He's the one that they're propping up. They want you to back him. And the moment he gets into office, what's he going to do? He's going to do exactly what Barack Obama did. He's going to stab us right in the damn back.
Well, I understand what you mean. And in many ways, you're right. If you're supporting him thinking that this is some type of implied black agenda, which is what black folk always do. We vote for black politicians thinking that there's going to be some wink, wink. Hey, we all got to play low key. We can't make him say he's going to do something for black folk because then he'll lose the white vote. And that's bull crap. That's bull crap. That's a lie, but black people's inferiority keeps taking over, so we keep voting for an implied black agenda and never get it. But here's the problem. If somebody doesn't actually state that there's going to be a black agenda, they can't actually stab you in the back. I understand exactly what you mean, and what you're saying is accurate, but what we have to understand is unless he actually says that there's a black agenda that he's running on, it's impossible for him to stab black people in the back because he never promised us anything except, well, I'll legalize marijuana and maybe do something about this bail thing over here, but gonna be a lot more police in your neighborhood. Well, he did promise you that. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, you know what? These Democrats, they're doing this thing, the benign neglect, and that's what they've always been doing with black people. Like, they're not making any promises to black people at all. They're offering nothing. They're offering absolutely nothing. So that's why they have to try to do like a guilt trip. They'll parade Oprah Winfrey and them out there talking about, well, if you don't vote, you're betraying your ancestors. Okay, so that's what it's come down to. If we're not voting, it's because we're betraying our ancestors. It's not because they know good and well that the Democrats are offering absolutely nothing. They're offering nothing. They're not making any kind of attempt to offer anything to black people. And they know that they're not offering anything to black people. So now they're trying to shame us into voting. So I hope that black people have the sense to not fall for the stupidity and the decoy and to stop playing plantation politics. And if I could just say one more thing, I guess I'd have to email you this, but I wanted to have access to your private YouTube page because I wanted to listen to some of the old programs. So if you could tell me what I needed to do to get that.
Yeah, once I get, YouTube has been messing with the channel and stuff, so basically I will be slowly making those public again, but I will not be doing it as a whole. I'll have to be picking and choosing broadcasts and whatnot, but stay tuned. I am going to make those back public again, but it's basically to make sure that some of the white supremacists leading up to race war white supremacists and some of their lackeys. There were a bunch of folk who were some of their white supremacist employees were flagging videos. And like I say, when they flag videos, they don't even explain to you why. There is no explanation for it. So I just made it a lot harder for them to do it. And it's definitely worked. But eventually I'll see about freeing those up there. So you can just be watching for that. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Brothers and sisters, who the hell is Oprah Winfrey to try to tell any of us what would or what is or isn't disgracing the ancestors? Since when did Oprah Winfrey become in touch with the ancestors? And by the way, since she never said that she was speaking to black people, Oprah never said that she was speaking to black people, exactly whose ancestors is she referring to? Susan B. Anthony? Is she talking about her? Margaret Sanger, one of her favorites, is she talking about her? Who exactly is Oprah referring to when she says you're dishonoring your ancestors? Since she wouldn't speak about black folk and wouldn't mention us, who's she talking about? That's the question that I'm asking. Who is she talking about? I'd like to find that out. Well, people have definitely been representing here in the chat room tonight. Riding with the B1 Media. That you never go wrong when you start there. MC LMNOP, brother, thank you very much for contributing as always on that. They're trying to outdo Timothy Moore now. Amir Miller and Dennis Taylor, thank you very much for supporting this hour of the BlackChannel.net radio program as well. Caller from 727, you are on live with the Black Channel.
Hey, Black First, Jason. This is Ty out of Florida.
Brother Tyler, Florida, what's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to touch bases with you on that voting thing. Hey, I'm down here in Florida in Gilliam. I'm hoping he comes to Florida, Tampa Bay area, where I can hit him with that question. Does he have a black agenda or a gay agenda? And I will take the day off to make sure that if I got to wait in line all morning to get inside that town meetings, that's what I want to hit him with. But I like what you're doing, brother, man. I'm a long-time listener, man. You know, I know so many people like to hear themselves talk on the radio. I listened to that program out of Washington and Baltimore, that radio interview did. These brothers and sisters out here, man, they on some crazy planet or something. They don't have it. They don't have a clue what's going on right now. You know, this race war we up against, you know. I'm dealing with these white supremacists every day down here in Florida just to try to get work from them, you know. So I know what time it is, you know. But I'd like what you're doing, brother. I want to make this short, keep it short. But Black First, man.
Black First, brother, thank you very much for checking in with us here. This brother Ty out of Florida. I hadn't heard from him in a while. There's a lot of black folk out there we haven't been hearing from in years and years. I guess they were checking to see if we still made it. Not only have we made it, we're bigger and better and more influential than we've ever been. Hope you didn't miss too much. Caller from 614, you're on live with the Black Channel. Caller from 614, last try. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Excuse me?
What's your name? Where you calling from? Wake up.
My name is David. I'm calling from Cincinnati.
David from Cincinnati. It sounds like you're covering your mouth on the phone. Are you up past your bedtime and don't want your mom to hear you?
No, sir. That's fun. I did support your Wait For movie in Louisville. I had a chance to see that, so I thought it was very good.
Okay, glad to hear that. What's on your mind?
I just calling because I kind of disagree with your stance on voting. You know, I do think it's very important to vote in local elections. There are also initiatives that have nothing to do with candidates when you go to vote. There are levies, there are local issues, you know, that have to do with taxes, school.
That's not what I'm referring to, though.
Like
you must not heard the previous caller. I already addressed this already. I don't have a problem with voting locally. I said that how do you get voting to work for you? Well, you have to have a black agenda. So I didn't say don't vote locally. I'm saying that unless you have an agenda, you have nothing. You don't have any perspective or basis upon which to vote. So I didn't say don't vote locally. I said exactly the opposite. I specifically told him, yes, voting works at its best locally, and your vote is at its most potent locally. However, your vote is useless if there is not an agenda. Now, you can talk about initiatives. You can talk about ballot propositions. Yes, you can talk about that. But once again, that is worthless if you do not personally have an agenda. If there is no agenda, none of those things work for you either.
And I agree with you on that, Jason. But the other part of me voting is I do get to know my candidate. In fact, I went to school in Louisiana, so I talked to some judges in Baton Rouge. So when I elect my judges, I want to know where they stand in terms of sentencing and things of that nature.
Okay, wait, stop. You got to vote you have to vote to figure that out. You have to vote to figure out where they stand. I thought you figure out where they stand before you go voting.
No, I said I speak to them.
Okay, you have to speak to them to know where they stand?
I mean, I do personally, yes. I mean, I want to look at my candidate in the eye. I want to shake their hand. I want to ask them.
Okay, did you vote for Obama?
In 2012 and 2000, yeah, I did. I voted for Obama twice.
When you talked to him and shook his hand, what did you ask him?
I didn't shake Obama's hand. I didn't talk to Obama.
Okay. So what you're really brother, adulthood is when you realize you've made a mistake and a fallacy and then you stop. Once you realize you've made a mistake and a fallacy, adulthood means that you stop. Now, you just said my reason for going to vote is I want to speak to them and talk to them so I can know where they stand. But you just told us that you voted for a president twice who you never met, never spoke to, and whatever. So how is it that you were able to vote for the biggest office in the country and never spoke to the man, but yet somehow that is a requisite and you couldn't figure out how to do it at the local level in the city where you live?
Well, I'll explain that. Well, because on the national level sometimes you're not always playing offense. Sometimes you're playing defense. So, for instance, I don't want Trump and his ilk in office so that they can roll back civil rights, so they can roll back voting rights, so that they can put in place a Nazi agenda. I don't want that. So, you know what? I might vote for the lesser of two evils. That don't mean I support everything on that second person's agenda, but it is defense against someone like Donald Trump.
No, it's not. That's silly. That's as silly as saying that I've got a choice between two boats. Both of them have holes in the bottom of them. One of them has a hole that's 3 inches across. The other one has a hole that's 6 inches across. I think I'll buy the boat that's got the 3-inch hole. That's literally what you literally what you just said.
It's not what I said, Jason.
Yes, it is. You just said the lesser of two evils. You just said the lesser of two evils. The problem with evil is that they are both going to destroy you, and you're saying we should choose whether or not we want to get shot in the head or whether we want to get a chainsaw through our head.
I get what you're saying, and I understand your point, Jason. I'm just saying that I disagree with not voting.
No, okay, let's go back to this. No, let's go back to this lesser of two evils thing. You just said, well, sometimes I gotta choose the lesser of two evils. We keep playing that damn game. At what point do we stop supporting evil? Because, by the way, when you support evil, what does that make you if you're okay supporting evil? But second of all, at what point do we stop supporting evil and start demanding good?
Oh, I totally agree with that.
I didn't ask you if you agree. I didn't ask you if you agree. I said, let's try this second time. At what point do we stop supporting evil and start demanding and supporting good? And say that if we do not have...
I think you can
I'm not finished. At what point do we say if there is not a good candidate to vote for, then I will not participate in the election of the bad and the evil? At what point do we make that decision?
I don't make that decision. The reason why I won't make that decision, Jason, is because I do other things. I use voting as one way to overcome white supremacy. So I'm a community activist.
But if your vote is empowering white supremacy, how is it doing that?
That's just one tool. So voting is one tool in the toolbox.
No, it was not. You literally just said, well, voting, I'd vote. It's just one tool for disempowering white supremacy. But if your vote is empowering white supremacy because you're voting for the lesser of white supremacists, then how in the world is your vote helping?
I don't know how to answer that question, Jason.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, here's what I want you to do. Here's what, brother. Okay, here's what I want you to do. What I want for you to do is wait till this broadcast is over and listen to it, and listen to it, and listen to it again. And I want you to think about this. I want you to think about your child is on the other side of a lake. The other side of the lake is on fire. There are only 3 boats at the boat store. One with a 3-inch hole that they'll give you for free. One with a 6-inch hole that they'll give you for free. And another one with no holes that you gotta fight for.
Yes, sir. I fight every day against white supremacy.
No, brother, that wasn't what I just asked. I want you to think that over. That's what I want you to do, and then review that last question that I asked you. I think it'll put it in a better perspective for you. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Brothers and sisters, if we don't have an agenda, what in the hell are you voting for? What are you voting for if there is no agenda? I'm voting for the lesser of 2 evils. Wouldn't the Ku Klux Klan have loved that one? Vote for the lesser of 2 evils. That works out great. No, we need to stop supporting evil in any form, because you can only support evil when you are evil, when there's a part of you that wishes to collaborate, which is what Oprah is there for the purposes of doing, is enticing everybody to collaborate. Here, let me show you how to collaborate with us. Let me see how much of you is evil that you will support us knowing that we're not gonna do the right thing. How much of you will support us knowing that we're not going to do the right thing? How much of you is committed to not doing the right thing? How much of you is committed to it? What we find out is it's actually a good bit of us that's not committed to it. Caller from 317, you're on live with the Black Channel. Try to get their call up here. Caller from 317, you're on live with the Black Channel.
Hello?
Yes, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Sisyphus from Naptown. How's it going?
Okay, what was your name again?
Sisyphus.
All right, Sisyphus, and where are you calling from?
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. What's on your mind?
Naptown. So I was watching that Q&A with that Jared Taylor cat, and know thy enemy. So I started checking out his videos, and he has this idea of like separating. And I know if it would follow the black agenda, wouldn't it's separation? Because America's huge. Is separation is it anyway an idea, or is it all or nothing?
Okay, first of all, white supremacy is a global problem and a global system. Someone explain to me, how do you separate from it? Second of all, we're already separated. We're already segregated. That's not a new condition or something to aspire to. We're already segregated at the schools, at the churches, at the colleges, at the job. We have consumer level interaction with white people. But beyond Walmart, tell me where you have the ability to, or beyond Walmart and your job, if you're lucky, where do you have the ability to interact with white people? Outside of going to a store where you leave money with them, commerce, or your job, which is another part of commerce. Outside of that socio-commercial interaction, where do we encounter white people?
So why would you?
Whoa, okay.
What would the
let me
black
ask you a
agenda?
question. Let me ask.
I guess.
Okay,
well, I'm missing.
Yeah, slow down. There's something I'm missing
out
here.
on something.
There's something I'm missing here. Are you black?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's fine. Don't have a problem with that. I'm very glad you gave us a call tonight because we would definitely love to speak with you about that. Now, what was the question? Now that puts that in context, what was the question you were going to ask?
My question is that the so-called white supremacist, which I just barely heard of this guy, because I've seen the catchy title of Race War. I was like, what the heck? A movie, Race War? That just catches your eye. I mean, that title is very catchy. So I seen that, and then I watched your Q&A, and I never even heard of Jared Taylor. And I checked him out, and he's like supposed to be this white supremacist. I checked out your stuff too, and I mean, I really, yeah, it's kind of surprising to me that he's supposed to be this big white supremacist, but he wants to actually separate into a smaller area.
But that's not what he's saying.
White supremacy is controlling America. Why would he need to separate?
Okay, that's the canard of it. It isn't about separation. It is about ensuring white domination. Because if you actually listen to his videos, then you saw he's got videos talking about why it was okay to conquer the Native Americans. You've also seen his if you saw any of his videos, you also saw him talk about how white people are genetically, intellectually superior to black people. Am I to take it that you agreed with that, or you didn't find a problem with that while you were perusing his videos?
Well, he also said that Jewish and Asian people are smarter than white people. He didn't say that he was smartest.
Okay, now do you hear yourself right now? You said, well, he
didn't
also.
say he was a supremacist.
Let's go back.
I mean,
let's go back. No. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back there. When he said that black people are intellectually inferior to white people, that didn't strike you as a white supremacist talking point?
Oh, yes, it does. You are 100% correct about that. That is a white supremacist talking point.
Okay, so I had to ask, because I just asked you a moment ago, and then you tried to deflect to Asians. But, by the way, when I asked you about it, you didn't have a problem with it until I actually asked you directly.
No, I do have a problem. Like, the whole bell curve thing is a silly-ass book. It's one single book that they're holding on to. And if you look at it, there's a whole lot of blur in those curves. So to say that the highest point is what we're going off of, that's silly. So the smartest Jew is smarter than the smartest Asian. Okay.
Yeah, but
that's fine.
Yeah, but that's not the problem. The problem is
we're not the smartest people. We're all mixed in that. We're all mixed in the mixture of bells, in the mixture of the bells on the bell curve.
Here's
and
the
it's
problem.
One single book that's been. Yeah. I'm not for it.
Well, okay.
Let's go ahead and get that. That right now.
The bell curve that's not really even something it's something he acknowledges, but that's not really what he bases it on. What you just did a few moments ago, that's what he bases it on. You said that, he said that Asians are smarter than white people. Do you understand what...
That was the talking point that he was using.
Right, but do you okay, can you explain to me what that talking point really means?
I think, I really feel his talking point is trying to say that people should stay to themselves.
No.
I really think that's his main talking point is that white people should stay with white people, black people should stay with black people, Asians should stay with Asians.
No,
I really think that's what it is. I don't.
He says that.
Okay, enlighten me.
Okay,
enlighten me.
I'm explaining. What these people do is they start with that sentence. That sentence is a primer, and then when you ask them any other question, they start repeating colonist, colonialist, white supremacist talking points. So if all you do is listen to the very first sentence he spits out, well, yeah, that sounds reasonable, right up until you ask him, and what's the rationale for it? If you will remember, every single colonist empire, white supremacist colonist empire throughout history, whenever they victimized non-white people, and specifically African people, what did they always say? These people are not human? Well, why are they not human? They look just like us as far as being hominids. Yeah, but they're intellectually inferior. So that justifies us putting them in chains. That justifies us enslaving them. So if he sits here in the year 2018 and says, I believe in racial separation, okay, why? Because black people are intellectually inferior. Wait a minute, but this is what all the other slave owners, slave masters, and imperialists throughout history have used to justify living in their all-white enclaves. They would keep themselves, quote, separated until they wanted to go out and take resources from people. And when they rolled out with their guns and their tanks from their segregated had separated white enclaves into non-white areas, they still maintained everything that he said and what you're talking about. These people are intellectually inferior. We want separation. Now kill them all so we can take their resources because they're not truly human because they're intellectually inferior, and that justifies it. So what is to prevent them from doing it all over again? I'm asking,
isn't that just the black agenda,
no.
just to reverse?
Sisyphus, no, I'm asking you, what is going to prevent them from doing what they've always done, create white enclaves from which they launch imperial incursions and attacks on non-white people? What's to prevent them from doing that again based on what he's describing?
You create your own enclaves using the same simple methods that they're trying to do. If you guys have all the ingenuity and everything that, I mean, I'm in support of people living their lives as best as they can. And I feel like by saying that there's just white supremacy and there's nothing you can do about it no matter what, it's kind of just kicking you guys, it's holding you back.
Okay, what would you like to see?
I mean,
let me find out from you. Whoa, Slam. Okay, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward.
Well, the black agenda sounds a lot like your idea of black agenda is to be in power, right? Well, if you want to be in power, you want to be the supremacist, and what would happen? You'd separate, right? You guys wouldn't live with you. Just got done saying.
No, sir.
No, you just got done saying that you never see a white person except for whenever you're in Congress.
I'm telling you that
you just got done
no,
saying
sir.
That.
I'm telling you right now,
you never
you're
see
wrong.
A white person unless you're just in Congress. Didn't you just say that before you thought I was white? All of a sudden, you never seen a white person. Now all of a sudden, now that you know I'm white, now
black people.
You too would separate.
I'm repeating it again. Black people do not encounter white people except in very minor, localized situations. No, what I said is absolutely accurate, completely.
So we're already separated. So why wouldn't you guys want to just say we want our own country and do it like
because
California's a republic?
We can do that. First of all, we already have it. We already have our own countries. The problem is the white supremacists keep invading us. How do we stop that from occurring?
I would suggest creating a military like Israel has.
Hey, I think that's a damn good idea, Sisyphus. You and me are on the same page with that one, brother.
I mean, everybody hates Israel, but nobody seems to fuck with them.
But you know
That's
what?
Why? Because they got this huge military.
Yeah,
they
besides
got a huge
that,
military.
Okay, but besides that, if you take a look after the Nuremberg trials, Israel went around hunting down Nazis. And not just on Israeli, not just on Israeli soil. No, they went around the world. If you were a Nazi who got away from Nuremberg, they sent out groups and cells to go and hunt you down.
Okay, where are you going with this?
I'm saying that I think
that's just an odd fact to be spitting out there.
That's not an odd fact, sir. Clearly, you don't know your history. You tell me you don't know your history about that? You don't know about gold. You don't know about Golda Meir. You don't know about Golda Meir.
Nazis after Nuremberg trial has to do with Israel. How?
So
Israel wasn't created until like the 60s.
What year was Israel?
Before, you're right.
What year was Israel created?
You're right. My bad. I was thinking.
No. What year was Israel created?
Huh?
What year was Israel created?
What? It was like 45, right?
Okay. Moving right along. Everybody, you all can go Google that right quick, by the way, because there's a reason why I stopped him and said that. You all go Google that right quick. Sisyphus, clearly, I'm detecting some white supremacist tendencies here. I'm seeing some clear white supremacist ideology here. Because as soon as I said that black folk you were all fine trumpeting Israel until I said, you know what? We need to do what Israel did. All of a sudden, you don't like Israel anymore.
No, I never said that one bit.
Okay,
you're incorrect on that. I love Israel.
Black people are far more oppressed than Jewish people have ever been. So if we're going to start our own nation state, and clearly we're still being oppressed like no one else, then we should follow Israel's roadmap, correct?
Yeah. I mean, if that's what you guys wanted to do, go for it. That's on you,
brother. I think that is a fantastic idea.
If you're saying that white people in general are just war criminals, then
Didn't
yeah,
say
go
that.
ahead.
Did not
that's
say
on
that.
you.
I didn't say that. And show me at what point I said that white people in general are war criminals. When did I say that?
Well, that's what was happening.
Okay,
They were hunting down war criminals.
no. They hunted down individuals who were
Nazis
guilty.
were war criminals.
Yes, the Nazi Party was war criminals, correct. And there are a lot more white supremacists.
They weren't just rolling up on just anonymous Germans.
No, they did not.
Hey.
No,
they were getting war criminals.
So
yeah,
I didn't say.
If you think just the general white person is a war criminal,
No.
okay, I can deal with that.
Nobody said that the white people in general. You said that because you realized that you kind of blown up your own point. Nobody said that, which is why you're saying that. I'm saying that if we have Nazis that are trying to victimize us,
you're making a diluted point,
yes.
and then I catch up with it because you want to try to make me run around in circles with you.
I didn't make you run around in circles, sir. I asked you basic questions and you fell over your feet.
Would separation be part of the black agenda is my idea. Would separation, or does it require supremacy? Could you accept separation, or does it require black supremacy?
Okay, first of all, the idea of supremacy is a white supremacist Nazi mentality principle. Black people do not subscribe to this nonsense of even the concept of, quote, supremacy. So when you hear a person say supremacy, that's a European concept, that somehow you are supreme. Black people, no matter what we do, where we excel over white people, we have never tried to argue that somehow makes us superior or supreme to them simply because we're better at sports or better at physics or better at MIT. We've never tried to argue that is an argument for black, quote, supremacy, nor have we even argued that there should be a supremacy. So no. If you had separation with us, it wouldn't lead to an argument for, quote, supremacy. That only happens in white circles, or should I say non-black circles. Then it degenerates and mutates into this animalistic, barbaric conversation about supposed supremacy. So no, sir, if you're around black people either in America or Africa, the term supremacy does not come up as a solution to racial problems. Only among non-black people, and specifically white supremacists. Only. You've never been among a group of black people who said the solution to racism is instituting, quote, supremacy, because we would first have to believe that we are supreme. And we don't believe that if we're better at something that constitutes, quote, supremacy. Only a fragile, scared intellect invokes a term like supremacy, because he needs supremacy because he doesn't really feel supreme. He feels threatened and inferior. And the concept of supremacy makes him feel just a little more comfortable, but not much.
Okay. You're the one that was spitting out supremacy a lot, so I wanted to ask about that.
No,
white I do supremacy. Not think that most white people think they are supreme over. I don't think so. I don't think
how
that
do we have the country we have today? How do we have the country that we have today if that's not the case? Explain to me how that happened.
How do we have a country today if white people weren't supreme? Or didn't think we were supreme?
No,
we have laws where we're exactly equal.
No, we do not. We have laws that specifically we are not equal.
Here, I'm gonna humor you. I'm not gonna sit here and try to fight with you about this stuff.
No, we can talk about the drug laws. We can talk about the drug laws. So I'm gonna go on the list. We can go on the list of them. How about the drug laws? Let's start with the drug laws. No, we'll start there. We'll start there. Let's take a look at the drug laws where black people, the drugs that black people use, you can get a life sentence for. The drugs that white people use are being legalized for use everywhere. I started off the program by talking about they have created free, safe-to-use sites where you've got police protection, not police arrest. You've got police protection in New Hampshire, police protection in Connecticut for white people to shoot up heroin and opioids, and now it's moving out to California. But up until now, when you had the crack epidemic and when black people were using heroin,
why'd you guys stop? Why did black people stop liking heroin?
I'm explaining.
Heroin used to be a black drug. Why did black people stop liking heroin? Heroin used to be a black drug.
No, heroin is a majority white drug, but black folks still use heroin. The problem is the only people who get arrested for it are black people. White folk have made it legal for themselves to use it. Opioids, they've made it legal for themselves. You see, they don't treat opioids the way that they do any other drug because those are all white doctors, and you would have to mass incarcerate young white people to get opioids off the street.
Because they're made in a lab and they're prescribed.
No, they're okay, but they're prescribed by a doctor. They're dealt.
They're not sitting there with a freaking blue star on it saying this is Jamal Smack.
No, they're not. They're not prescribed. They're dealt by doctors who are acting as drug dealers. But they don't treat them like drug. I agree with you about they don't treat them like drug dealers.
It's a very hard thing. It's hitting the white community too.
Okay, but where's the mass incarceration?
The white community too.
Okay, but why is it we're not mass incarcerating white people for this opioid epidemic, which is way bigger than crack ever was? This is the single biggest drug epidemic ever. Why are we not doing mass incarceration?
Me?
Yes,
sir. Are you kidding me? Look in rural Virginia. Look in rural Oklahoma. Look in rural Midwest countries where it's majority whites. You think that they just ship blacks into those jails?
No, the opioid epidemic is bigger than crack ever was. The opioid
you're
So are you saying it's not bigger than crack? Are you saying that the opioid epidemic is not bigger than crack?
Give me one resource. Give me one resource that I need to read.
No, we're not going to play that game. Okay, I'm educating you now.
If you could educate somebody, what would you educate them with?
I'm educating you now. First of all, you didn't know when Israel was founded, but you did want to talk about, well, Israel was born way back in the day. Number two, are you telling everybody that you didn't know that the opioid epidemic is several times bigger than the crack epidemic? Like Google can't prove every word that we're saying right now. Are you going to sit here and say it's not? So everybody can go Google it like they did for when Israel came into being to figure out if you're right or not. Are you going to sit here and say it's not?
Because I don't know a specific date. You're gonna hammer me on one little specific date.
Okay, let's talk about the opioids. Opioids. Okay, forget Israel.
Debate tactic there is. You know that, right? You know that's the weakest debate tactic there is.
Okay,
it's
forget
hammering
Israel.
on one single. He's wrong about one single
forget
date,
Israel.
so his whole entire argument.
Okay, let's talk about opioids.
I'm not saying anything.
Forget Israel. Let's talk about opioids.
One resource.
Let's talk about opioids. There's Google. Go and Google it right now and prove me wrong that the opioid epidemic is not bigger than the crack epidemic. Go and look it up right now and prove me wrong.
When did I say it wasn't? When did I say it wasn't?
Okay, so why are we not?
When did I not say the opioid?
If the opioid epidemic is bigger than the crack epidemic, we both agree, then why are we not mass incarcerating whites for opioids?
They are.
No, we're not. We're building safe-to-use sites. We're giving out Narcan for free. We're making safe-to-use sites. We're facilitating their ability to use it. We are not locking them up and mass incarcerating. Show me the safe-to-use crack site that was made before the last 5. First of all, we don't have a safe-to-use crack site anywhere.
You're talking about some of the most liberal cities.
No,
we're
not
talking about 90% of America. You're not talking about 90% of America. You're talking about 3 very liberal cities.
No, we're not.
So you are not allowed. You get Narcan, you still get arrested.
No, they're not. We're not talking about 3 cities. We're talking about whole states. Is West Virginia a liberal state? Is West Virginia a liberal state?
West Virginia is a liberal state.
No, I said liberal. West Virginia is a liberal state, sir.
It's a literal state.
No, liberal. You said you said 3 liberal states. Is West Virginia first of all, you said 3 liberal cities. I didn't say cities. I said states, sir. New Hampshire is not a city, sir. New Hampshire is a state. That's the 4th time I've had to correct you on something very basic. New Hampshire and California are not cities. They're states, sir. But is West Virginia a liberal state?
Okay. No, West Virginia is not a liberal state.
Okay. Do you know about the opioid epidemic? Do you know about the opioid epidemic there? Do you know about that one?
Yes, I do. Okay. That's exactly what I was talking about.
And are we
There's nothing but white guys in jail over there. There's tons of white guys in prison right now because of opioids. Tons. I would say probably the majority.
Probably the majority. So you're going to sit here and tell me that the majority of people...
You really think that the majority of white people in West Virginia's prisons isn't for a drug-related charge?
No, sir. I'm saying, are the majority of people in West Virginia's state prisons white or black?
They're white.
The majority of people in West Virginia's prisons are white, is what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. And if we're going to agree that the opioid epidemic is far bigger for white people than it's ever been, and certainly outstrips the crack epidemic, why are we not building more prisons in West Virginia?
Because it's not a very populated state.
That has nothing to do with whether you build prisons, sir. Montana's not a very populated state.
Yes,
North Dakota's not a very
population
state.
Directly correlates to how many prisons you need.
No, your willingness to lock up the population is what
you're done, dude. This is silly. This is going nowhere.
From the guy, when was Israel made again? I didn't drop his call. He hung up just now. When was... I wanted to ask him about a few other states, by the way. Now, brothers and sisters, by the way, that's exactly the way the conversation with Jared Taylor went. Very similar. I think I'll release a couple of clips from the conversation with Jared Taylor. By the way, now understand something. I want you all to realize something here. And yes, by the way, he tapped out. He tapped the hell out. But I want you to understand something. At the beginning of this, did you realize how he tried to talk like he was so sensible? He tried to talk like he was so reasonable. He tried to talk like, hey, hey, buddy, I mean, I think you and Jared Taylor kind of talking the same thing there. I mean, why don't we go ahead and take a look at that right there? Don't you see some supremacy there? I mean, I actually think it's pretty good. Israel made in 1954. 1952, something like that. It was made when? I mean, white folk, they're not as smart as Asians. Okay, right after we just said that, by the way, Jared Taylor said that black people are intellectually inferior. Now, let me explain to you all one thing, since I didn't get to do it with the caller. Let me explain to you all this again. If you go and take a look at it online, you can go ahead and take a look at the conversation. Jared Taylor has done these before, but then there was Mike Cernovich has done it. There was another white supremacist, I forget his name off the top of my head, but he's a bald-headed fella. And, he's one of these self-described race realists. I forget his name. He's one of these guys who tries to be slick and sound reasonable. Stephen Molyneux. That was his name, Stephen Molyneux. And he's got a video where he's talking about, quote, the different intelligences. Now, here's the way that these guys try to use this, okay? Here's the way that they try to use it. And by the way, yes, the guy's full of crap about West Virginia. That's why I kept asking him the question, are you seriously saying that, as if we can't go Google it? But understand, this is why they call me the authority. Now, Stephen Molyneux, in a video, you can go ahead and take a look at this online. He's being interviewed by another guy, but Stephen Molyneux was talking about the different intelligences. And when they talk about white people, that Asians are, quote, the smartest people, the interview host even stopped him and said, wait a minute, at many universities, it's been proven that blacks are the smartest, especially ones who are natively black people coming from Africa score better on the test at Yale and other places than the white people do. So the smartest students in the world actually come from Africa, to which Stephen Molyneux did acknowledge that, but then went right back to his talk about the different intelligences. So when you hear about IQ, here's what they actually will tell you. What they'll tell you is that Asians have a IQ of like 105, white people have an IQ of 100, and black people have a relative IQ of 85. So there's a small gap between whites and Asians, but a chasm between whites and blacks. So there's only a small gap between whites and Asians, but there's a chasm between whites and blacks. But understand, it gets even deeper than that, because they said that Asians are smarter, and yet when I asked them, well, why is it that Asians are the majority of employees at these internet tech companies? Why aren't they the majority of the executives at these internet companies? To which they then said, well, we have different intelligences. So there is, according to these people, there's different forms of IQ. They'll sit here and say that black people have a higher sports IQ, and that black people have a higher musical IQ. And that sounds very flattering, although how do you take a test for musical IQ? I wonder, where's the musical IQ test? Even if you subscribe to IQ tests, which are questionable at best, but even if you did, tell me where the musical IQ test was. The only thing that you can be judging that on is our ability to adapt and overcome your white supremacist structure. But it wasn't an IQ test. But these people tell you, and I got Jared Taylor on video saying that black people have a higher musical IQ, black people have a higher sports IQ, without ever explaining how do we measure it. But okay, but with those Asians who have that supposed higher IQ than white people, they will then tell you, well, but Asians don't have, white people have a higher organizational skills IQ. White people have a higher executive leadership IQ. So all of a sudden, these things start branching out into other stuff. All of a sudden, these things start dividing into other areas. All of a sudden, the goalpost grows Nikes and gets up and runs around the field. All at the end of the day, the only answer that is an acceptable answer is the one that says, well, no matter what the IQ test says, white folk are still running things. No matter what is the result of your quote IQ test, we're still running it. We're still running the farm. We're still running everything. I want you to understand that. Yes, Lions Fear, you're correct. Blacks have a higher sexual IQ. We can go down the list. All of us, you all didn't know this. But by the way, these are the things that they were saying. Just like in the video when you asked Jared Taylor, are you a white supremacist? He says, no, to be a white supremacist, that means that you have to be, going around colonizing people. That is a pet definition. That's a pet definition, period. So all of a sudden, you see that these folks are sitting up here coming up with their own personal definitions for everything, but at the end of the day, it leaves them empowered. It leaves them empowered at the end of the day. That's the thing I want you to understand. So when they talk about IQ, when they talk about those things, you don't actually understand what they're meaning any more than you understand what they mean when they talk about white supremacy. They've come up with their own novel definitions. And if you don't specifically ask them, what do you mean by that? Then you don't realize you are here having two totally separate conversations. When they talk about separation, he's not talking about separation and we go stay alone. That's what he's going to say. But then he's going to repeat every imperialist justification that was given out by their fathers, by Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and everyone else. Christopher Columbus and all the others, about why it is okay to go into these foreign places and imprison them. Because if you are sub-intellectual, you don't really qualify as a human intellect. That was their justification for putting us in chains already. What makes you think that if they regroup to Montana, that they're not eventually gonna mobilize and organize and come out of the gap again saying, well, it's okay for us to take what all the black folk got in Louisiana because after all, they're subhuman. They don't have the same intellect. We're not victimizing people. We're victimizing subhumans who have a sort of humanoid form. That's what happens. That's what you end up with. So yes, brothers and sisters, he was okay right up until that happened. By the way, if you got any white supremacists in the room who don't say anything terribly rude, this Dream Hunter guy, tell him to give a call up. And anybody who wants to ask silly questions, go ahead and tell them they need to call up. And if they don't call up, we remove them from the chat room. But you're not going to sit here in the chat and say those things. If you're a white supremacist, you are invited to call up. Ain't nobody afraid of you. We have debunked you already here. There's a telephone number they can call up at. The number is 646-787. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. And if you're not smart enough to be able to dial it, you might want to get someone who is fully literate to dial it for you. 646-787-1933. That is 646-787-1933. Friends, enemies, black empowerment, white supremacists, you are all invited to call in. And yes, brothers and sisters, what you heard me say to this guy tonight, that is how you deal with this when those subjects come up. When those subjects come up and people raise those talking points, I am explaining to you all what to say to it. And as you all saw on this telephone call tonight, all they could do is tap out. That's all they could do is tap out. and then admit that they're really interested in white supremacy. And what he was perplexed by is, I don't understand, man. I don't understand, bruh. Why can't you just accept white supremacy? If we just call it by another name and tell you that we'll go back to our corners and ain't gonna start no more trouble, why come you can't just accept that? I can't accept it because I know that I cannot trust you. I can't accept it because I've heard all of this before, and I'm not gonna sit up here and fall for it again. I do not accept it because I know who you are, and I don't trust you. That's the reason why. We're going to see if we can take caller from 415. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hi. Excuse me. Hello, Jason. Good to speak with you. This is my first time calling in.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name's April. I'm calling from San Francisco.
April from San Francisco. What's on your mind, sister?
Hi. I'm calling because, well, one, I wanted to ask you for some advice, but mostly I'm calling because I don't even know where to begin with all this. I'm totally in agreement with you. That last caller was ridiculous. First off, I don't agree that we should be voting if we're not voting for something. Everybody is putting in their vote to vote against Trump. And I'm against Trump, and I'm against about every single one of these politicians out there on the Democratic side as well. My thing that I'm seeing is, you're right, if we don't have an agenda, then we have no business voting. The big problem I see right now is that we have a situation where both parties, and there are only two that are allowed to be, in the upper echelon of our government to run things, both parties are controlled by outside influence money. Name one candidate from the Democrats or the Republican side that doesn't support pro-Israel policies. There's not one. We are not allowed to elect anybody that doesn't support Israel. That right there should be a disqualifier. Look at what they did with with what they're doing with Farrakhan right now. They're moving goalposts to create a false equivalency of white supremacy and white nationalism by talking about black supremacy and black nationalism by targeting Farrakhan as being responsible for that synagogue shooting, when Farrakhan had nothing to do with it. His rhetoric has nothing to do with it, but they want to create that false anti-Semitism narrative to shut down his speech. That's speaking truth to power.
Well, here's the real thing about that. The real thing about that is that we as black people, and this is why I created the Black Channel so that we would have our own black media. It's a situation where if you let we sit up here and fool ourselves into believing that, quote, there's Republican white supremacists. And in reality, it's all white supremacists. There's just liberal white supremacy and conservative white supremacy, Democratic white supremacy and Republican white supremacy. And they put us in this shell game where if they put a black face out front, well, then don't you see it can't possibly be white supremacy if there's a black person leading it, right? And that's exactly what we run into. So it's a situation where we as black folk, the way we get around that is what we've been doing here. These are the bad guys, and the white supremacist media is never going to stop. They are never going to trumpet a black person who speaks up for black people. They're not going to do that. Not at all. So what we have to do is just understand this is the lay of the land. This is the situation that we're encountering, and just got to sidestep it. That's what we have to do. We can't get tripped up on it. Look, it's like He-Man fighting Skeletor. I mean, Skeletor is over there planning some dastardly stuff as we speak. It's what he does. These are the bad guys. And once you accept them as the bad guys, this stuff that they keep trying to pull, it's not your job to stop them in their tracks. You stop them in their tracks when we as black people as a group do not give any lip service or payment to it. We just say, okay, white supremacists doing what they do. If we were doing more building, then we would have a lot less time to talk about the mischief that they get into. That's what we want to focus on more than anything else. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from 718. You're on live with the Black Channel. Caller from 718. Last try. You're on live. Caller from 718 has been abducted. Caller from 910. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hey, how you doing, Jason? My name is Antonio King from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Antonio from Fayetteville, what's on your mind, brother?
Okay. The great Phil Valentine said, everything you do, you should take notes. I took notes on that conversation you had with that suspected white supremacist. He was practicing racism in the first interaction with you. He was being very deceptive, especially when he said, when he was little, he didn't know what racism is. The average suspected white supremacist at a very young age know what racism is because of osmosis, hearing their granddad talking about these no good heathen niggas. And also, when he brought up about the Jews and the Asian with quote-unquote higher IQs, he was practicing deceptions because the Jews are classified as white. So he put them in a different category. And then when he brought up the bell curve, he said, well, he didn't know about Gerald Taylor. And Gerald Taylor and the guy, I forgot his name, he's on Bill Maher's show a lot. He's an Irish guy. If he knew about the bell curve, he's gonna know about Gerald Taylor.
Right, that's how he found me. He found us because he was looking at Jared Taylor, and Jared Taylor's been posting about us. So it's no coincidence we didn't hear from this guy before tonight. They are acolytes of Jared Taylor. They operate in his social circles. They found us through him, and of course they're gonna play dumb, because understand, playing dumb works for them. Playing dumb works. White folk play dumb about racism, and black folk usually play dumb along with them, which is why they usually try to get away with it. As long as we play dumb with them, they feel like, hey, we can get away with it, and that's the response they're used to. They are used to black people just playing. They play dumb, and we play dumb along with them. They're not used to a situation where they play dumb, and we're like, no, you're smarter than that. No, Israel? Yeah, we should follow Israel's example. Oh, no, don't do that. Wait a minute, buddy, you're smarter than that, aren't you? You said we should be like Israel. I said, I agree with you. Now you want to say no? Because I know what Israel did? He was okay with telling us that we should be like Israel and build up our own military right up until I said, yeah. And the very first thing that Israel did was deal with its traitors and collaborators and go after the Nazis. I think that's a brilliant idea. Wait, hold on a minute now. Whoa. I didn't say all that. When did Israel do that? I thought you were telling us we should copy Israel, so you're just giving out suggestions and not thinking? Or are you just playing dumb? And you didn't think that I studied your history and I know your history better than you do. And this is why I tell you all, that phone call was the reason why we must be the smartest people in the room. Because your banker is sly like that. Your boss at your job is sly like that. Your realtor is sly like that. Your lawyer is sly like that. Your CPA may be sly like that. You have to be smarter than them. You don't have the luxury of them being smarter than you. You don't have the luxury of being dumb. You don't have the luxury of not knowing. So during that phone call, when he realized, yeah, I know your history better than you to the point that I can correct you. And oh yeah, by the way, if you're going to mention Israel, I think there were some great things that we as black people can learn, because we're way more oppressed. As soon as I said that, all of a sudden you saw him in real time say, wait, let's not follow Israel's example. Wait a minute, you just told us to do that. Yeah, but okay, stop playing dumb. You're smarter than this. Don't play dumb. So, brother, the reason he did that is because they are accustomed to playing dumb, and they're used to us playing dumb along with them. This time, it didn't work.
And also, he brought up Jamal Smack, and then when we brought up a black agenda, he was associating black agenda with reverse racism.
Well, black supremacy.
So that clearly...
Black supremacy. Now, remember, when we talked about I never said the words black supremacy. I never said anything about that. Furthermore, I never even described supremacy. At no time have I said tonight or ever said that we are better than white people at anything or in any way. I never said that. And yet, when he talked to me, he said, well, if you are not promoting white supremacy, you must be promoting black supremacy. And remember the clip that I played for you all of Richard Spencer. When I asked him there, the national media didn't do it. Your old black media wouldn't do it, couldn't do it. Roland Martin was trying to figure out a rug to cut a rug on out there, and I wasn't trying to dance with no Richard Spencer. When I asked Richard Spencer, is there white privilege? Does white privilege exist? And then Richard Spencer, when I nailed him down, he sat there and said, and not talking about systematic racism. First, when I got him to concede to white privilege, I then got him to concede to systematic racism when I pinned him down about the existence of it, to which I brought up prison and everything else I did with this caller. Rather than tap out, Richard Spencer went ahead and said what he really felt. So systematic racism, if you wish to call it that, certainly does exist. It will always exist. If other people are in charge, they will use it against us. Therefore, we should use it for our own benefit. And that guy, as soon as the opposite of white supremacy to him is black supremacy. He doesn't have come from the basis of the opposite of white supremacy is justice. He doesn't believe that that a world without white supremacy, as far as he's concerned, if there's not white supremacy, there's going to be black supremacy. In other words, what he is doing is he is explaining to you the full fear of his heart, that if black people are running things, then we will do to them what they have been doing to us. And that's why he's got to come up with a way for them to be able to, for us to accept it. Because his fear is that if we do not keep running things, if black people are running it, if black people are not under our boots, then they will do to us what we have done to them. If we don't maintain white supremacy, we're going to find ourselves the victims of black supremacy. That's the
Jason,
point.
I'm going to leave you with this. The first time caller, when you was talking about the tradition of the colonizer, I have this quote for Olson Scott. In the moment when I truly understand my enemy, understand him well enough to defeat him, then that very moment, I also love him. I think it's impossible to really understand somebody, what they want, what they believe, and not love them the way they love themselves. And then in that very moment, when I love them, I destroy them. And basically, that's their ideology, full blown. All right, man. Thank you for listening and taking my call.
Thank you very much for calling us up. Please do give us a call again here. I do want to take out a moment to thank everybody who's been supporting this hour of the BlackChannel.net radio program. Sir Isaac Denigan Snoots, Lindell Moore, thank you very much as well. Frankie Plum, Riding with the B1 Media is back again. Always glad to see return visitors. Travis Brown, Angela Houston, thank you all, because why give it to the pastor of the church, because he's not doing what we're doing here. The Battle of OKC, absolutely. We should remember that. Greenwood, Archer, and Pine. Angela Houston came back again. Reggie Sanders, he's dropped his $1. B1 dropped their $5 here. Hey, every little bit counts. Righteous in Filthy. Philadelphia could use a little bit of cleaning up there. Major Vitamin, we need those too. Kenyatta Dodd, thank you for your support over the years. I appreciate that. Asar Anafris, $10 there. Thank you very much. Young Ruga, Douglas Newson, Lyndall Moore, back again. Mackin Shizavelli, agree with that. New Black Media all day. I am. Thank you very much. And Timothy Moore, again, he is doing more than anybody out there. Thank you very much for that as well. And we need that right now because we as black people have to understand that these are the things we value. Michael Wharton, thank you very much. $1.99. We'll go to the Dollar Tree with that. Caller from 516. You're on live with the Black Channel.
What's up? It's King Hebrew calling from New York.
All right, brother. What's on your mind?
How you doing? Is it time for black people to stop voting and stop paying taxes?
Okay. Stop voting. I think you shouldn't. I'm not saying that black folk need to, quote, stop voting. I'm saying that we shouldn't vote unless you have an agenda. And since we don't have an agenda, I'll wait until we have an agenda to start endorsing mass voting. As far as not paying taxes, well, yeah, I mean, as a form of reparations, certainly. Even if they don't want to pay us directly, yeah, black people would become tax exempt. That would be nice. Problem, how would you enforce that?
That's the issue. That's the problem I want to know. Cause I think we spending all this money, but we ain't got no respect for them.
Right. So I'm saying, even if I agree with your idea, you're saying, do I think it's time for us to do that? I'm trying to figure out how that would work.
I guess you're gonna have to stand on ground. They can't throw everybody in jail, can they?
Actually, they don't put it past them. But certainly, once you get a certain number of people rounded up and everybody just realizes it's now or never, you take a chance on a mass revolt. But the real problem is you have to get everybody on board with that, and that's another issue there. Not paying taxes could work if you controlled an economy. If you control an economy, you control the ability to not pay the taxes. Just ask GE and Microsoft when you control an economy. By the same token there, I don't know what's going to happen to your streets and your roads if you're not paying taxes. Now, that becomes a problem as well. But first and foremost, you want to stop paying taxes, start controlling your economy, and then you won't have to worry about the taxes, or at least it'll be okay to pay the taxes because your economics will be stable and you will have control of all these political apparatus that have been victimizing you, so you'll gladly pay your fair share of taxes because you will no longer be victimized by it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from 215. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hi, I'm Raphael from Dallas.
Raphael from Dallas. What part of Dallas, Raphael?
So I just hear you talking a lot about white supremacy.
Slow down.
But you do
slow down,
realize
Raphael. Raphael, slow down. Let me try this one more time. What part of Dallas?
From the Arlington area.
Okay, you're in Arlington. All right, now what did you want to say?
All right, so I hear you were talking a lot about white supremacy in your live stream right now, but you do know that the demographics are changing in America, right? More white people are dying than giving birth. They're going to be majority Hispanic soon. They're going to be majority people like me. So it's not going to be white supremacy. It'll be Hispanic supremacy, because we're going to have control of most of the institutions. Well, not really, because Jews mainly control most of the institutions right now.
Okay.
And they'll pretty much will control most of the institutions when white people become a minority.
Okay, well, first of all, white people are a minority in South Africa. They're 10% of the population of South Africa, and yet they control everything. So what's your point?
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Are you sitting? Did you really just say that? Well, did you really just sit here and say that white people do not control everything in South Africa? Did you really just say that?
Well, the wealthiest person in South Africa is a Jew. He owns the diamond mines.
Okay, Jews are white.
Sure. Well,
Jews are white.
A disproportionate amount of wealth in South Africa.
Okay, Jews are white. I got a lot of white supremacists calling tonight. Jews are white. Ask that
I'm a Dominican. I'm a black Hispanic.
Okay, I don't care what you are. I said Jews are white. I didn't speak about you. You don't listen very well, do you?
Jews are not whites. Jews don't consider themselves white.
Okay, there are some who don't, and there are many who do. So who are you to say that they're not white? If they say that they are white, there are Jews who identify as white, just like there are Hispanics who identify as white. There are Hispanics who are as dark as Colin Kaepernick who identify as white. So who are you to say that they're not white?
Some Hispanics are white.
Okay, who are you to say that they're not? Okay, who are you to say that they're not white?
Because Jews aren't white.
Says you.
Jews consider themselves a different race.
And there are those who do, but there are those who do. There are plenty of Jews who consider themselves to be white.
Sure, there's Jews who consider themselves white.
Okay,
but they're
thank
not
you.
White.
Okay, no, that's your opinion. That is your opinion. You can't make Jews into some other race. They're certainly not black people. Just because you have an ethnic difference with them, that doesn't make them not white. That just makes them undesirables, which is a cornerstone of white supremacy, because your ability to hate people, when you don't have enough black people to hate, you just start hating people within your group. Okay, you're not white enough. But that's just a
Well, it's not about
holdover.
hating them. I'm just saying they have most of the power in the world. I mean, they're 2% of the U.S.
Okay,
population.
they're white.
They make up 35% of the U.S.
Okay, but they're not
billions.
they're not the majority of the white population in South Africa. They're not the majority of the non-black population in South Africa. The white population of South Africa runs everything, and they're only 10% of the population.
All right, then how come?
So you're still asking questions. If you're really a black, you say I'm Dominican? Are you a black Dominican, or do you consider yourself a black Dominican?
Yeah, I'm black Dominican.
Okay, then why are you asking all of these sophomoric and elementary questions?
Well, I'm just saying you're really soft on Jewish supremacy. I mean, they own the root. Where it's,
no, I don't quibble.
Blacks
I don't quibble. No, I don't quibble over whether somebody is Jewish or over whether somebody is Indian or whether somebody is Hispanic. I don't quibble over that. I don't ask, are they white? I ask, are they black? So I don't quibble over those things because that's a diversion. You want to sit up here and say, oh, the real problem is Jewish supremacy, and meanwhile Donald Trump and the Germans and the Britons and all those other white folk we're not focusing on them because we're going off chasing this red herring. No, we're going to go after all the white supremacists.
How come you want to group all white people together? But if I just point out Jews have tons of power in this country.
They're just one group. They're just one group.
Defensive.
No, because they're just one group, and you want to deflect us from the overwhelming majority of the others. I'm saying I'm not going to sit up here and focus on one faction. I'm going to focus on everybody. And no, you don't sound black at all, by the way. You don't talk like it. You don't have any knowledge of. You don't have any knowledge of South Africa. You don't have anything. So I'm just letting you know your imposter thing isn't working very well, but I can certainly roll around it. All you're really doing is telling us to focus on Jews. That's a white supremacist talking point. If you were black, you would be saying we focus on all the white supremacists. We're not going to, because the only thing that focusing on Jews does is give the rest of the white supremacists a pass and let them off the hook. That's all that does.
No, I got my own podcast. This hour has 56 minutes. We're united against anti-Zionism around the world.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with black people. That has nothing to do with black people at all. Nothing.
Well, who's
nothing
pushing the degenerate drug culture and rap culture on the black people? It certainly isn't white people.
Supremacists. Okay, so white supremacists are not doing
Jews who are pushing that stuff on the black people.
Okay, so all these folk who are... I guess that's what you're... Do you realize how silly what you just said is, by the way? Do you know how many white record executives we could rattle off the top of our heads right now? And you just sat here and says Jews. Do you realize how silly that is? This phone call is absolutely... He doesn't... The white people are 10% of the population in South Africa, and he's telling us the Hispanics are going to become a majority, and that would be the end of white hegemonic power. And then I brought up South Africa. He knows nothing of the population of South Africa.
Will be a majority of the U.S.
And they will be as powerless as everyone else.
Look at how black people are treated in Latin America.
And they will be as powerless as everyone else.
Elected Jair Bolsonaro, who's going to get tough on crime, which means they're going to get tough on black crime.
We can show you
the majority of people that commit crime.
We can show you
in
states.
Colombia,
there are
Brazil,
majority
and anywhere there's a black population.
There are majority Hispanic
of the
states in America right now. There are majority Latino states in America right now, and the white folks still run them.
Yeah, and guess what? Hispanics commit less crime than blacks. So when we go into a black neighborhood and kick out blacks, we lower the crime rate.
Now, if you consider yourself to be black, why did you just say when we go into those neighborhoods?
Because I am a black Hispanic. I'm not only black. I have ancestry from the Iberian Peninsula.
By the way,
and I'm also
you do
African.
realize that you kind of just outed yourself there, right? Because I said at the beginning, by the way, you're not black. You're a liar. You kind of just slipped up and outed yourself, right?
Yeah, because I'm not black. Dominicans don't consider themselves black. If you understand the history of the Dominican Republic, you know why.
Okay, well then if you don't consider yourself to be black, You just already said that you are black. I asked you, are you black? And you said yes. And now you're saying the Dominicans don't consider themselves to be black. Buddy, what? You white supremacists need to do better at your little tutoring classes before you all make these calls.
I'm a black Hispanic.
You all need to get better at your classes. You forgot your talking points. You got to rambling your BS so
And
quickly
people
you
can
forgot
tell I'm black because
where
I have
you
my own
were.
Podcast. This hour is 56 minutes.
You know,
I have it with my Cuban friend.
Yeah, you tried it. He tried it real hard. He really did. And boy, he tripped over his own feet on the way to the Klan rally. He tripped over his own feet. It was embarrassing. It really was. By the way,
one last thing.
Even if there's not one last thing. You're done now. Even if this guy were black, which clearly he doesn't qualify. Once again, like I say, you do know we have some of our friends from here at the Black Channel because we all know the other side of the island there. Gotta watch out for these Haitians, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans. A lot of these folk out there, they get around black folk in America. If they can't get acceptance around white people, they snuggle up to us. If we hold them on code, when adversity hits, then they start demonstrating what they're really about. All of a sudden, they're not black anymore. All of a sudden, they're not black. So like I say, he tried it as best he could. He tried to play it off. Oh, I'm black. Okay, he gave it a shot. He did. He gave it a shot. He tried to do the infiltration thing. He tried it. You notice they're throwing everything they can at us tonight. I'm not hanging up. I'm just telling these guys, hey, why don't you go ahead? You just ask the right questions and the white supremacy comes out. I'm trying to show you all how to ask the right questions and listen. After they start talking, then listen. As soon as it happened there, he came out. Well, we commit less crime than blacks. I thought you were a black person. Well, I am, but I'm not. But I am, but I'm not. But I'm not. But I am, but I'm not. He gave it a shot. He gave it a shot. Brothers and sisters, do you realize that our great-great-great-grandchildren, when we overcome white supremacy in all of its different forms, including the honorary white supremacists like that guy, do you realize that our great-great-great-grandchildren are going to look at how dumb these fellows were and going to say, what the hell took y'all so long to overthrow them? Do you know that's what's going to happen? What the hell took you all so long to overthrow these ignoramuses? That's what our children are going to ask us. Look at how dumb they are tonight. That's what they're going to say. How in the world did they hold you hostage this long? I don't get it. Caller from 251, you're on live with the Black Channel.
Yes, this is Carnell. I'm calling from Mobile, Alabama.
Carnell from Mobile, what's on your mind, brother?
You know, I thought the initial conversation was about the voting thing. The African Americans or the blacks in this country will never get the vote to work for them as long as 90 to 94% of them vote for the Democratic Party. In other words, like you said earlier, which I agree with, you have to have an agenda. You can't have an agenda if you're voting 94 to 96% for the Democratic Party. That's what we voted for when it came to voting in the last presidential election. And that's what we're going to do again. And so the Democratic Party doesn't have to do anything for us. All they have to do is, like you said, trot out people like Oprah Winfrey, Barack Obama, and tell black people who to vote for.
Well, the real issue here, though, is not really between Democrats and Republicans. We could vote for either party. That doesn't really matter. As the old saying goes, we have no permanent friends or permanent enemies, only permanent interests. And as black people, voting Democratic would be fine if the Democratic Party was informed by or led by our agenda. But absent a black agenda, there is no reason to vote for either party or vote for any party absent a black agenda. Without that, that's the part that is missing. That's the missing ingredient. You could vote Democrat all day if the Democratic candidate has a black agenda. You don't vote for the candidate, you don't vote for the party, you vote for the agenda.
But black people basically vote for the party. And
no,
let me give you an example.
Black people do not. No, black people do not vote for the party. Black people do not vote for the party. I am from the state of Louisiana. Black people used to vote overwhelmingly for Jim McCrary. Black people will vote. We voted for Abraham Lincoln. We don't vote for party. The problem is that black people vote for personalities, and the Democrats, starting with FDR. And moving on to JFK and LBJ, the Democrats developed personalities that would go and talk to black people. And the Republicans simply never tried to do it. They cultivated personalities that would talk to white people. But if the Republicans would bring us another personality to vote for, we would go and vote for them. So the problem is black people tend to vote for personalities, not for issues, not for an agenda. And we need to stop being slaves to Take a look at Joel Osteen. He left black folk out in the cold in Houston when they had the flooding there. White as he can be. He wasn't T.D. Jakes. Black folk are still lined up at his church. Got nothing to do with the race or the political party. It's that Joel has a personality that he's willing to leverage with black folk. And that is what black people resonate with, is a politician's personality. We got to get past that and be coldly analytical and say, I don't give a damn if he's got the personality of a tree stump. Does he have a black agenda, and will he be consistent? And if the answer is yes, he gets my vote, and that's it. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I agree with you on what you're saying when you say that the black people vote for people who don't have an agenda, just like the young lady who called from San Francisco. Like she said, I didn't vote for Trump, and I don't support Trump, but I don't support the Democrats either. And that's the position I'm in. I don't like, for example, Barack Obama. Barack Obama was president for 8 years. He had a chance to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices. He appointed a white, Hispanic Supreme Court justice, a white Jewish woman, and he tried at the end to appoint another white Jewish man, which they never voted on. Obama, who many of the black people still adore, did absolutely nothing for black people in 8 years, and now they have him out there pushing that same stuff, he and Oprah Winfrey. And all I'm saying is black people will never get anything as far as their vote until they stop voting 90 to 94% for the Democratic Party. Now, you can say they're voting for individuals all you want, but they actually voting because the Democratic Party have these people, these individuals with the personality out there pushing that agenda.
Well, swapping them out for a Republican won't change it. It doesn't matter. Swapping out for a Republican wouldn't change it. Swapping out for a Libertarian wouldn't change it. So I hear what you're saying, but the issue isn't there being Democratic. The issue is we're not voting for an agenda. You could have black folks stop voting for Democrats tomorrow morning. They'll just replace it with something similar if there is no agenda. So we can get stuck on semantics and say, well, it's a Democratic Party. At that point, if you take a look at it and really be honest, it really devolves into semantics at that point. What label we give a party and whatnot, but doesn't matter what the label is if we're not enforcing an agenda. And how that party roped us in and rope-a-doped us in, we can analyze that all day. I think we actually get it. The real issue is, okay, now what do you do about it? Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from 770. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hi, Jason. This is Gary out of Atlanta.
Gary out of Atlanta. What's on your mind, brother?
Well, I really was calling for one thing, but because of that first white guy, I wanted to say 2 things. First, about that intelligence thing. I remember looking at on YouTube that guy, Dr. Kuko, Japanese doctor. He was talking about the HB1, and he was saying the HB1. He said America wouldn't be nothing without the HB1 visa, and he was saying that the HB1 brings in a bunch of Japanese, Asians, and Africans, and this is how he stated it. And then they go look at Europeans like in Germany and Norway and stuff like that, because they are known to be engineers and all that stuff, and they bring them to America. And he said without the HB1, America wouldn't be nothing. And that was the debate that he was having. And everybody can look that debate up on YouTube. And number two, against that white guy that called, I have an ex-girlfriend that's black that's from Kentucky. And Kentucky is known as a meth place. And she had a white friend that was killed in 2017. And he was stabbed 8 times in the neck by another white friend. And the reason was because he didn't share his meth with him. You know this guy only got 3 years in jail?
Of course.
So that shows that whole white guy's perspective that he was talking about. And the third thing is, I was listening to Professor Black Truth, and something he said that was powerful on his last broadcast, and it was about why don't black people have their own political party? And I was like, wow, that's amazing. Why don't we have our own political party? If we got so many black people, why are we going to these Republicans and Democrats and independents when we should start our own party? Even if nothing happens, we should be able to ride with them and get out what we need to get out.
Well, if it is your party, that means by definition it serves your interests. Right now, black people do not have a party that serves our interests. If we actually get that, then voting is going to work tremendously for us. Right now, we need to get our economy together. We need to at least have an economic agenda, because an economic agenda will lead politicians. Jews are not a very big part of the population. Asians are not a very big part of the population. Arabs are not a very big part of the population. Gays are not a very large part of the population. And yet all of those groups have an outsized amount of influence over politicians because their economic game is rock solid. Even though they don't have the numbers to really get a politician elected to office, but their economic game is rock solid. And we not only do we have the numbers, if we actually got our economic game rock solid, we would be steamrolling politicians everywhere. They would be bowing to us. They would be bowing to us like Egyptian deities if we got our economic game together. But if you don't have an economic agenda, you can forget about having a political agenda. One powers the other. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from 419. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Yes. Good evening, Jason Black.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Jared. I'm calling from Columbus, Ohio.
Jared from Columbus, Ohio. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. First, I just wanted to say, if you don't mind me saying, I didn't think I would get through, and it's awesome to be on the line. I just wanted to say, I do agree with the previous caller that with what he mentioned. He quoted someone that we do need our own political party. I agree also with you that we shouldn't vote unless we have our own agenda. I truly believe that it's like voting is rigged now, that regardless of who we vote for, people are selected, not elected. And that's a true saying. That's not an excuse. That it truly is. Because if you have Trump, who didn't have as much, I believe, the votes as Hillary. Hillary had more votes, I believe, electorally, and Trump still won. So that tells you anything.
Brother, okay, I mean, stop.
They know who they want.
Okay, stop. Sir, okay. I know it's the weekend, and sometimes folks getting their stuff, and then they want to pick up the phone. I get it. Sir, Hillary Clinton lost because Hillary Clinton wasn't able to carry as many black people as Obama did. The Electoral College exists for a reason. It exists for a reason because otherwise the whole country would be run by dirty, filthy cesspools like California and New York, overrun with deviants, criminalized perverts, brainwashed psychos, and everything else. So the whole country would be run out of the California in the west and New York in the east. The Electoral College was set up for the purposes of making sure that that type of plurality tyranny did not happen. That's actually a very smart thing to do, because otherwise you'll have war, is what you'll have. So it prevents that type of balkanization and it evens it out. That's what it's supposed to do. That's how you prevent people from saying, if if we're going to be lorded over simply because California has an overpopulation, and by the way, if you're ever in Los Angeles, it's sickening how overly populated it is, but they're going to be running things in Louisiana and Mississippi and whatever, that would destroy the point of it. So no, sir, that doesn't work. Hillary Clinton lost because Hillary Clinton couldn't get Pennsylvania. She couldn't get Michigan. She lost several states that Obama had carried just 4 years earlier. And the reason she lost them was because the black vote didn't show up and the white female vote knew she was a phony. So how is it that the Electoral College was perfectly legitimate 4 years early when Obama was winning, but all of a sudden 4 years later under Trump, it's not reliable? So the Electoral College is only reliable if you win? Is that what you're saying? We should only believe the Electoral College if our candidate wins. Then we know it's legit. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just questioning it, and please allow me to just, finish with my question. What I'm just wondering is,
make it quick.
How exactly is it that they have the argument that even though Hillary had this more votes, I believe it was the Electoral College, I believe it was that they said she had more votes, but still than Trump still won. I'm just confused about it. I'm not huge into politics. I try to understand it the best I can. So forgive me if I sound ignorant about it. I just wanted to know. So here's my two questions. Here's my main points. One, what do you believe that we should do when it comes to, to voting? I know it says that, title of your video is why black people shouldn't vote. And then you mentioned, you cleared it up, unless we have an agenda. You did mention earlier that right now we don't have an agenda. We need to get our things together. So what do you, suggest that we do to get our, excuse my language, what do you suggest we do to get our shit together? And two, just where do we start?
Okay. Well, first of all, we start with ourselves. That's the first thing that we do. First thing that we start with is ourselves. If you cannot get things together where you are, then you're not going to get things together.
90 seconds.
Second of all, we have to have an agenda as a group. It is not enough to have individuals who have an agenda. It's going to start with individuals, but individualism is the death of all of us. Do you realize that you don't have rites of passage as an individual? You have rites of passage as a group. Groups have rites of passage. Individuals do not. Individuals may have a general practice, but groups have rites of passage. And if we are sitting here seeing ourselves as individuals, that's the real poison that strikes us. Because then you have other groups that come in and say, well, hey, I'm a part of your individuality. If you're a black person who says, I'm a woman first, or I see my being a woman as important, well, here come the double agents. So all of a sudden you start walking with white women and voting against black society. Or if you take about your sexuality, well, I'm gay. Or if you're a man and you say that we're men first, because I gotta tell you right here, you're not seeing a bunch of these dudes from the MGTOW and whatnot. When it was time to defend Bill Cosby, those fellas weren't saying nothing. When it is time to give black men protection from the elements, they don't say anything. That's what being on code looks like. They don't say anything to defend us. And it's not accidental. So first and foremost, you have to have a personal agenda and a group agenda. And even if it's just one or two of us together from there, start building it and it spreads like a virus. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I'm going to see if we can finish out our callers on the line here. If you were lucky enough or smart enough to call in before now, I got a bunch of you here, but I'm going to try to run through as many of them as quickly as I can. Let me get caller from 313. You're on live with the Black Channel. Caller from 313, last try, you're on live. Okay, caller from 313 is playing with himself. Caller from 415, you're on live with the Black Channel.
Hi. Hey, this is April again from San Francisco. I just wanted to say that
April.
The whole thing about Oprah.
April. April.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, April.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, April. You gave us a call here earlier. One call per broadcast. I got to try to get as many people in as I can, but thank you very much for your interest here. Check back with us here tomorrow night. Let me get caller from 757. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Good evening.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
You hear me? Anwar from Norfolk.
Anwar from Norfolk. What's on your mind, brother?
I have a question. What do you think it's going to take for us to finally do something besides just talk?
The people who are already doing it.
Knowledge about what supremacy is.
Yeah, I mean the people who are already doing it are doing it.
What supremacy is. What's that again?
The people who are doing it are doing it. The people who are not aren't. You say, what will it take to get them to do more than talk? Brother, you can't get a coward to do more than talk. And I don't do this broadcast for the purposes of kicking cowards in the butt to make them courageous. I do it to enhearten those who are already courageous. The people like Oprah Winfrey, I don't do my broadcast to convert Roland Martin. I do my broadcast to defeat Roland Martin. I don't do my broadcast to convert Oprah Winfrey. I do my broadcast to defeat Oprah Winfrey. I'm not trying to convert any of these people. I'm not trying to give them a wake-up call. I'm not trying to anything. I'm rallying the troops who are already on board and already fit and ready to go. But as far as people who just want to sit around and talk and get together on the street corner and puff their weed and talk in vague generalities and hypotheticals and things, nah, brother, those people don't tune in anyway. And those who do, I do everything I can to be as outrageously offensive to them as possible to run them off. But the ones who are getting up and doing something, brother, they're already moving. So what does it take? It doesn't take anything for us to shine the lighthouse like we're doing right now, because they're already moving. The ones who aren't, they're not going anywhere already. So there's no reason for us to worry about their lack of movement.
Well, no, I'm speaking on more or less just seeing like more movement, like building of businesses, getting land, things of that nature. Something.
Same answer.
Something more tangible that we can actually present. Like one caller said that, you know, there's different groups that had agendas and presented it to different candidates. We can't even get up enough money to get the one candidate to present an agenda for ourselves.
Well, like I say, I mean, that's what we're doing.
Can do that.
I mean, that's what we're doing now, though. Like I say, it's not going to work in a place like Norfolk. I mean, it could work in a place like Norfolk, but that's your job, Anwar. That's your job. Don't wait on Jason Black to show up for Norfolk. You're in Norfolk. You're the field commander there. Why are you not bringing us results? You don't wait for somebody else. You are the field commander in Norfolk. Why? You shouldn't be waiting on me for results. It's your job to get results in Norfolk. You take care of Norfolk. I take care of, well, where I am now, because I can't really say Shreveport anymore. But you take care of your neck of the woods. I take care of mine. Other people take care of theirs. I mean, you are the field commander where you are. This is not a call Jason Black and get your marching orders. You know your damn marching orders. Get up and go get it done. Don't be waiting on me. You've been listening to me long enough. You all know what I'm going to say on my broadcast. This isn't a matter of capability or knowledge. This is a matter of get off your ass and get it done. You already know. Get your credit together. Get your savings together. Get your business acumen. Join together with 2 or 3 other people here. Be damn serious about it. I guarantee you, if the only way that you could get some sex was if you had a 700 credit score, every Negro in America would have it. They wouldn't have to ask about it. If the only way you could get some sex is if you knew 2 other people with a 700 credit score, Negroes everywhere would know a whole bunch of folk with 800s. We play dumb about these things. You don't have to ask me. You already know what needs to be done. Everybody here listening, if you are in Atlanta, don't call me about the front line. You are the front line. No matter where you are the front line. Jason Black is just is a forum where we can come and talk, where we can come and strategize, where we can come and you can basically so you can congregate and meet other people. But this is not a place for you to find out what to do, except for certain individuals. Now, and understand, those individuals are not about talking. They're like, okay, I'm about acting. I don't know where to start. Okay, well, that's what the broadcast is for. You definitely have an outlet to call up. And if I don't know, I've got connections to other people. I'm not really a people person, but I keep this open and viable so that other people can utilize it. But by the same token, brother, you already know what to do in Norfolk, in Petersburg, in Lynchburg. Let's stay around from there, away from there. But, you know what to do. Everybody knows what to do already. Stop talking about it and be about it. I've done my part down here. Now you go show me that you can do it bigger and better there. If there is one black business in your city, you ought to know every damn person in it. If there is one black restaurant in your city, you ought to know every damn person in that thing. If there is one black church in that city, you ought to know every person in that congregation so you can find somebody. If you don't have any black businesses, go to the black church. There'll be 2 or 3 folk up in there who are tired of the bull crap from the pastor. It is a matter of what you're trying to do. It's not a matter of calling Jason. You know what to do. You know what to do. Walk into your damn bank there. They're going to have one black female who works there. She's probably going to be an ass, but they'll have one black female who works there. There's a black loan officer. They do that mess. At your job, human resources, they reserve that for black females. This is not a matter of knowledge. This is a matter of networking. If you wanted some draws, you would be talking to them. She's got something more important and more valuable than sex. She's got access to their capital. That's what the illegals do. They call them anchor babies. But as soon as Esmeralda or Rivera or Angelica gets her a job working at these white folks' house in Southern California, she ain't sleeping with the white damn house owner because she thinks she's sexy. She's sleeping with him like Schwarzenegger. She's hoping that he gonna slip up like Schwarzenegger did. And not only are you gonna give me the anchor baby, you gonna give me the jackpot anchor baby. But I'm not gonna stay with you. Same thing with Jennifer Lopez. She used black folk to get on, but when it was time for her to grow her roots, she knew she made the first line back to Hispanic society. So she got access to the capital and then brought it home. Black men, the only thing that we generally, it's time we need to get on black men. The only thing we generally do in the company of black women is try to figure out how to get some damn sex. And that's why they become very disenchanted very quickly, because they spend a bunch of time around non-black men, and non-black men don't spend a whole bunch of time talking about sex. They talk about power like a sexual fetish. Let me say that again. When you spend time around non-black men, they talk about power like a sexual fetish. I was sitting there with Richard Spencer, and that was 2 hours of white empowerment that he went on and on and on and on about. Black women spend time around these men, and they realize these white men lead with their accomplishments and lead with power. He expects sex after that. Let me try that again. These non-black men approach black women with their power, wealth, and influence. They don't approach them talking about sex. They approach them with their power, wealth, and influence, and they expect sex after that. He doesn't have to ask her for sex. He expects it. Because he's like, okay, I just showed you my power, wealth, and influence. What you gonna show me? Well, she has no power, wealth, and influence to show, but yet he's still in the room, which means that he's communicated to her non-verbally that she got something he would be interested in. Because he didn't bring you here because he thought you had power, wealth, and influence too. He brought you here because there was something you wanted. He ain't got, but he doesn't have to ask, and he ain't gonna beg. And our women work with these people. And these people don't hold internet forums where they ask questions like this. They get together with 2 or 3 groups. They want to be invisible. I love the Black channel because it gives us the ability to build, but one of the problems with the Black channel is it's so damn vulnerable because I have to do this in public. Which means everything that I say has to be said in public, and black folk are so damn dense most of the time that they don't want to talk in code speak. They want somebody to tell them and spell it out verbatim exactly what it is. You might as well have told every boss in America what the hell we got going. Because Negroes don't have confidence, which is why, well, I want you to tell me exactly what we're going to do. Okay, how are we going to keep it safe and stable if I spell out exactly what the damn game plan is? If we're playing football, do you go over there and yell it loud enough for the people in the cheap seats to hear? No. They speak in code. This is how we protect it. We already know what to do, brother. Get up and be about it. That's all we got to do. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do call us again. Let me get caller from 706. You're on live with the Black Channel.
What is up, TBA? This is Darius Lamb calling from North Carolina A&T.
Darius from North Carolina. What's on your mind, brother?
When it comes to voting, or when black people come to vote, and when it comes to discussing a political agenda, black people have to understand you have to vote from a position of power and expectation. Too many times black people go and vote and don't know what's on the ballot, don't know who their candidates are. They're like, well, I'm going to vote just because to vote. You don't vote for no reason. I'll give an example. Okay, I've actually went to vote before. I actually did. And I went and see my map, and I saw the power, and I see my county is gerrymandered the hell out right where the black areas are. And they did that for a specific reason. People don't do nothing for no reason. These politicians don't do nothing for no reason. And the fact that you have black people that just vote willy-nilly is why people don't respect you. That's why Democrats said don't make any promises to black people, because black people are not going to demand nothing. And then you have them referring to us as people of color, and black people don't make it clear. You refer to us as black people. Stacey Abrams, I need you to say black people, not people of color. Voters of people of color. No, 70% of it was black, not people of color. We have to start expecting and having standards. And last and most importantly, we need to make sure the people who are meant to speak and who have the background are able to talk. There's no reason why Candace Owens, Kanye West, and all these other people getting the mic. People who need to talk need to get the mic, and people who don't need to sit down.
Well, let me explain. I agree with every word you just said right there, but understand, the people who need to talk, getting the mic, brother, we ain't going to get it. We're going to take it. We're going to snatch it out of their damn hands. And that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. DeAndre Mosley, Mike Mellis, John, Mark Purcell, Old 72, Mac, Douglas Newsom, Charles Tillman, Dwayne Lambert, Kenyon Crosby. Ginyu, thank you very much, sister from Haiti. Very much appreciated there. Frederick Coe, they're giving their money in their foreign currency emergency operations as well. Thank you all very much for supporting tonight's program. I'm going to take one or two more callers before we get out of here tonight. Let me get caller from 313. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Yeah, this is from Detroit.
Okay, I'm going to give you one more time here. Your phone is going in and out on you. What is your name again?
This is Vaughn from Detroit.
Vaughn from Detroit. What's on your mind?
Hey, if black folks want to send a message, this is what you do. Particularly ones in, I believe it's Georgia. Unseat John Lewis. If you want to, you got 47 or 50 black congressmen up there. If you want them to make some changes, unseat him. Find you a candidate, you're in Georgia. Remove John Lewis and put your guy in. That will change everything. Every demand you have will get answered, because now they know you're serious. My second point, why are these white people here? Why must white people always come in black people's spaces?
I mean, because we're in a white supremacist society, brother. I mean, whenever there is a group of black people getting together, there's always going to be an overseer. There's always going to be a watcher, because they understand, like I explained in Louisville, Kentucky. We organized that screening of race war in Louisville, Kentucky. It was the most quiet, innocuous thing. There was nothing threatening about it. And yet the police showed up. The theater got agitated about it. Why? Because you saw a bunch of black folk coming to see a movie, but they, the dominant society, saw a bunch of Negroes getting organized at something that they did not prompt you to do. This is something that you got together all on your own. They don't control it. They don't steer it. They don't profit from it. They've got no knowledge of its inner workings. So they are going to supervise you. They are going to super monitor you, because they understand you got organized with an agenda that had nothing to do with them, and you are driving a vehicle that they didn't build. So of course, every time we get together, there is always going to be that type of overseer. Always. It's always been that way. from the Black Panthers to the Nation of Islam. It's always going to be that way. Always. Because they understand that the biggest threat that they have is us getting organized. So they want to have somebody. See, this is the difference between black society and white society. Let me dovetail this off of the call with Anwar there. You see, in white society, they deputize themselves. They didn't have to call up Donald Trump or Steve Bannon or Richard Spencer to get their marching orders or to empower or authorize themselves to monitor us. They didn't have to do that. They deputize themselves. They empower themselves. They give themselves the authority to take those types of actions. They give themselves the authority to do that. And then we sit here and we have to sit up here and ask what we're going to do. That's the problem. So these other people don't have to ask. They already know what they're doing. They are monitoring us because they see us organizing, and they understand that that constitutes an ever-escalating threat as far as they're concerned. Black people getting organized, and it's not a rap concert, which means you ain't gonna do anything threatening. You're getting organized about something serious and intelligent and pertinent, the kind of thing that they come together and get organized about. Because they're used to a situation like this crap with Oprah, where when black folk get together in a group, they're the ones steering it. That's okay. That's not a threat. That's not a threat. But when we get together and they didn't have anything to do with it, brother, they got to keep an eye on it. Somebody has got to give themselves authority to keep an eye on it so that somebody can sound the alarm somewhere. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. If we're not talking about some stuff that's non-threatening, they know somebody better be watching to sound the alarm. White supremacy is a culture, and it has its eyes everywhere. And they don't have to work for the government. They've got something more powerful than a government. They've got a people in a society. And that people in the society have a code. And that code is more powerful than a government. There's a television show.
Right.
I don't know what network it's on. I know it's on Netflix. It's called Designated Survivor with Kiefer Sutherland. And it basically is talking about the line of succession in the United States government. And for those of you who don't know, whenever they have the State of the Union speech, they've got the Supreme Court there and the president, although they no longer keep like the president and the vice president there. I want to say after 9/11, they no longer have the president and the vice president there together, although on this TV show, the president and the vice president were there. But basically, yes, if a situation did happen, let's just say the president was at the Capitol building for the State of the Union and the vice president was at the White House. Okay, let's just say they were. And let's just say that terrorists or whatever took out the Capitol building and the White House. So you kill the president, you kill the vice president, you kill the Secretary of State, you kill the Supreme Court. You have what they call decapitated the government. The line of succession in this, the law, the line of succession is whoever is the highest ranked cabinet minister or cabinet official then gets appointed as president. But what gives him that authority? Right. The only thing that gives a president the authority is that the people submit to it. So what it tells you is that even if you decapitated the United States government, there is a code among the people. And you saw it after 9/11. That code immediately kicked in. They were talking about how nice and peaceful the country was. No, it was the code that kicked in. The code kicked in. But you'll remember after 9/11, they were still going after black folk. Yeah, they were getting ready to bomb Arabs, but public enemy number one domestically was still black people. There was a code. They have a code. And with those prying eyes and those spying eyes that you're talking about, brother, that's the code. Now, here's the thing for us. Our point has to be that we have to be strong enough and powerful enough that their prying and spying eyes don't change nothing. And that's what's new to us. We get very uncomfortable and we start feeling very, very nervous. When somebody starts talking about power, we get very nervous because black people are not accustomed to power. Jason, folk were upset with me when I said Vice TV was, when I told them that I let Vice TV into the screening of Race War. Why'd you let them up in here? Because I run this. And black folk are not accustomed to the idea of running something. Yeah, bring Vice TV in here, bring TMZ, the local media, everybody bring you in here. Why? Because you have no power here. I run this. I didn't bring you here to get power. I brought you here to display power. A foreign concept that you're not used to hearing a black person talk about, much less talk about confidently. Come here, Vice TV. Not only will you be in the building, but I demand that you sit here on the front row. And then my people put them in the second row. But anyway, she wanted to sit on the second row. I'm like, they should have left her on the front row where I told them to put them, but never mind, I digress. You're going to be down right here front and center. You're not going to be hidden in the back. Oh, no, you're going to get the best seat in the house. Because I got something for you. I have an agenda for bringing you here. Let me say that again. You all saw a black man say something in the company of dominant society that you're not used to hearing. You asked to come to my event. I didn't ask to come to yours, and I allowed you to come here because I have an agenda for bringing you here. I've got an agenda. Black folk, when you have an agenda, you saw the Q&A session that's posted online. You saw how that turned out. The little old lady from Vice TV was sunk down in her chair when we called them out about that. That's what an agenda does. That's the power of an agenda. We got a game plan. We know how it's going to go down, and we have the power to make sure it goes off without a hitch. Black folk are nervous about that because we're not used to that. So I don't worry about them watching or whatever because A, I got an agenda, and B, I got the power to move that agenda. When you have that, prying eyes don't matter. You know why? Because that's the way the white supremacy works. I told black folk here, don't come to me talking about no damn conspiracy theories. I don't want to hear another Negro talking about a conspiracy theory. Because that's what Negroes do, to sit around and intellectually masturbate. White supremacy isn't sitting where it is because of a conspiracy theory. Slavery was not a conspiracy theory. It wasn't hidden out, this super secret scheme dreamt up by some individuals behind closed doors nobody knew about. It was right out there in the open. The Constitutional Convention was right out there in the open. 9/11 and the police power is right out there in the open. Right. Darren Wilson, Daniel Pantaleo, Betty Shelby, Geronimo Yanez, that's out in the open. That's not being hidden. There is no star chamber. Power is doing exactly what it wants to do right out in the open, right in your face, and they're saying, okay, now, how you gonna stop us? Okay, you don't like us. What you gonna do about it? I did it. Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it right here. Now, how you gonna stop us? That's what power does. That is what power does. And I brought Vice TV to the SVA, and we called them out in front of everybody about that foolery that they did. And we said, yeah, we're calling you out right here. Now, what you gonna do about it? You sit in a theater with almost 500 black folk in here. Yeah, we calling you straight out, right up the middle. We calling your name, and we didn't just say it in passing and leave on. We calling you out for a whole straight minute we sat there talking about it. What you gonna do about it? You gonna go back and go tell Gavin McInnes? You're gonna do a story on us? What you gonna do about it? Yeah, we called you out right here and said, yeah, these are the, hey, everybody, take a look. These were the people who called the theater asking, how do we pay for it? She's sinking down in her seat. Yeah, we got you feeling self-conscious. What you gonna do about it? Yeah, we know it. You heard exactly what we said. Now, what are you gonna do? We don't understand the language of power and empowerment and how it really works. Because if we did, we wouldn't be worried about who's watching us. We'd only be worried about who could stop us. And when we start exercising real power, you'll realize that that number of people is actually rather modest. I'll let you have the last word.
Right. Okay, just reading some of these comments, I see a lot of folks ain't getting it. I don't know if they think they actually going to do a violent overthrow, but for those who think you are, your ass going to the grave or the concentration camp. Y'all need to understand, we're 47 million black people official. I say it's more like 55, close to 60. If we aggregate our vote and stop sitting around complaining, we can make some changes. If you don't like John Lewis, vote him out. Gather some people up and vote him out. It ain't that difficult. You can change. I mean, the older generation is shrinking, and there's a younger generation, 18 above, that's about equal to them. If you want to make some changes, aggregate your vote and do it. This whole thing, I'm gonna fight the power. You gonna have a hard time with that one.
Well, don't worry about. Spend a lot less time worrying about what people post online and whatnot like there. The real world is where it all goes down. The internet is a place where we communicate electronically. We're getting our butts kicked in the real world. So focus on that a lot more. Don't worry about people saying things they can't make good on. Don't worry about prying eyes. The real world is where it's at. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. I'll take one more caller here. We're over 3 hours. Let me get caller from 617. You're on live with the Black Channel. Caller from 617, last try. You're on live.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Hello? Sorry about that. I'm 19 years old, and my teacher at my school has been begging me to vote. But I don't believe voting matters unless you have an agenda. And I said that in class, and she said that was nonsense.
Okay. Well, first of all, son, what's your name?
Oh, my name is Ron.
Hello, Ron. And where are you calling from, Ron?
I'm from Massachusetts, Boston.
Okay, you're from Boston, Massachusetts, one of the most gentrified places in America, and you definitely... Now, are you black? There's a reason I'm asking.
It is.
Okay, Ron, I'm asking.
Yes, I am.
You're black. Okay, he's kind of slow on the uptake here. This is very critical for you to understand because you're 19 years old coming into a place that has clearly declared economic warfare on you. So you have to be honest with yourself. Now, let me ask you a question here. Is your teacher black female, white male? You said it was a she. So is this a black female, white female? What is your teacher?
She is a white female.
Okay. Is she about how old is she?
She is 39.
Okay, now did you say you were 19 years old?
Yes.
What grade are you in?
I am in the 12th grade.
Okay, I'm about to say, dude, I hope this is your last year at 19. All right. First things first here, you got to understand something. So you say she's like 38 years old. So she's old enough to be your mom. Young, but she's technically old enough to be your mother. So she's from the generation before you, Generation X. You got to understand, do you really believe that she is going to encourage you to do something that empowers you? Especially when you articulated why you were doing it for a specific reason. You didn't tell her, I don't vote because it's boring, or I don't vote because what's the difference? You told her, I don't vote unless there's an agenda. I have an agenda, and I want a politician who votes for the agenda. Now, I don't know if you said it like that, because you're saying you just told her you want to have an agenda. But if you say it like that, and she's still got a problem with it, then she's letting you know that this is the mental brainwashing going on. This is the mental pressuring. It's the mental pressuring.
There's a lot of brainwashing in the public school system.
Of course, because
they tell us stuff.
You're about to be
when they show us like documentaries.
No, you're about to be an adult, Ron. Do you understand how crucial and critical it is? This is like Neo in the Matrix. You let them know that the programming's not taking. You are a super threat right now. Because you are a young black man who's about to go into the world, who's letting them know from the beginning, I think for myself, oh, no, we got to get him back in line quickly. Hopefully we can embarrass him, humiliate him, because it sounds like she went outside of her bounds talking about that was foolish. She's supposed to just be, she's really supposed to be amoral about it, neutral. She's not really supposed to be saying no mess like that. She's trying to humiliate you. Why? Because it wasn't that you said not voting. She heard the part about an agenda. Why do you need an agenda? Just like the white supremacist caller who called in earlier tonight. Why do you need to stop white supremacy? You trying to start some black supremacy? He was saying a bunch of things I never said, but he was exposing his fears. So she's trying to bully you back into position. She's trying to bully you back in the line because you're about to be a grown man. In a lot of ways you are, but technically you're about to be a grown man, which means that whether you understand this or not, you're about to be able to operate in the society on equal terms to her. She's a school teacher, but I'm not down in school teachers here, brother, but I'm just saying, if you start a business in the next 2 years and make more than $80,000 a year, you're making more than her. You've got more power, wealth, and influence than she does. And the whole thing is they don't mind you having economic resources as long as your economic resources don't have an agenda. And if you're telling this woman that your vote comes with an agenda, then she knows full damn well that agenda informs everything else in your life. So this isn't just about voting. This is about your dating. This is about your money. This is about your family. This is about religion. This is about politics. This is about education. She understands that it doesn't stop here. He's talking about an agenda with politics. He has an agenda that governs what he does in politics. He's not scared of Trump being in office. What is it about his agenda that he feels is more powerful than Trump is? And if she feels like you think you got something more powerful than him, oh, stop. Oh, no, he can't think he's empowered. No, that's foolish. What's your agenda going to do? Now, if a white kid had said it, she just would have asked more questions. Oh, that's really smart. Well, I can understand that. Well, you really should vote, you know. But you say it, brother, all she hears is a threat. That's all she hears. All she hears is a threat. You're 19 years old and you got a political agenda. She knows full damn well you got a socioeconomic one too. And she doesn't control it, and the society doesn't control it. You are a two-legged threat because they don't know how far you're going to take it. They don't know where you're going, and they don't know how far you're willing to go. I want you to understand that. She heard what you said, just like the caller who called in tonight. He heard what I said. He didn't misunderstand it. They're scared of what it could lead to.
Thank you, sir. Black first. Have a nice evening.
Black first. Thank you very much for checking in with us here tonight. They go after the young. Let me remind you, they go after the young. White supremacy believes in attacking the children. White supremacy believes in going after your kids. White supremacy believes in targeting them. It has no shame. These schools are killing fields. These schools are meat grinders where they isolate your children away from you. This young man is sitting in class and this white teacher has him isolated away from his mother, and look what this woman did. And he's calling me because clearly his mama didn't debrief him properly. And he knew what he was doing was right, but he didn't have the reinforcement of it. He needed to talk to somebody who was older than him who understands. I'm older than probably his mama and his teacher. Yeah, son, let me explain to you. My 20 years out here from the age of 19, let me tell you what I've gotten from that 20 years, and let me explain to you why they're responding. I've been on both sides of it. I've been on your side of it, and I've been on the superior socioeconomic side of it. Not supremacy, but I do understand what it's like to be in that superior socioeconomic situation from your white teachers, and to see that they think you grew horns out of your head. They think you grew horns out of your head when you were a young black man, not a young black man who talked about making money, a young black man who sat down and was doing it. Back when I was in high school, I used to get paid off of students to help them with their assignments and help them with extra work and help them with projects. I used to love it when the teachers would throw stuff like that at them because I would take care of it for them. Hey, it's a dirty-ass game and we all playing. It's a dirty-ass game and we all playing. Don't worry, you're going to do just fine on your science project. I guarantee you at least a B+. You'll do just fine. I will also need $30. I don't have $30. I'm sure your mom and your dad got it. Call back when you get it. Never will forget the day when I walked into class and I made all of the kids who owed me, I made them all pay me before they could get their projects. I won't say where it was because she might be listening or they might be listening, and then they would know what I did. All these years later, I'd rather let sleeping dogs lie. But you all remember when you all walked through the door of the room and I stood there by the door. You all remember that. When I stood by the door and I made you all pay your money before you could get anything, and I made sure everybody paid, and I left the class and I took a tardy. I took a tardy that day because I could take a tardy because I was never tardy. I took a tardy and went back to my locker and got your science projects. And the teacher had seen me when I did it, and she said, "What are you doing, selling drugs?" That was what she did. I am serious right now when I'm saying I swear she said, "What are you doing, selling drugs?" I'm serious. That was what she said. Now, she was trying to act like it was tongue in cheek, but she said, "What are you doing, selling drugs?" No, get out my business. Get out my business. You said that it didn't matter who did the project so long as they had it. I took advantage of it. You said they had to have a science project. You didn't say that they had to do it themselves. You said they had to have a science project, but you didn't say they had to do it themselves. I found a legal loophole that would keep me and my clients protected. And I was waiting for them to say that you couldn't do that. No, you said they had to have a project. I specifically asked if they had to do it themselves, and you said no, they could get help with it. They got my help. For the low, low price of $30, they kept from flunking. Yeah, I came to this classroom with an agenda. This is a bellwether and a harbinger of things to come. Yeah, we want to beat him down quick. He didn't come here to be a student. He came here to be a leader. Let us destroy his esteem. Let us destroy his confidence as quickly as we can because he's setting himself up as a threat. And the sooner you adopt that as a mindset, understand the calls we got tonight. The white supremacists considered it to be an existential threat simply because we weren't weak. If you aren't desperate and destitute, they consider that to be a threat. Didn't say anything about prosperous. You're just not desperate and destitute. So now you're a threat. Now you're a threat. Well, first of all, I don't know how much of a genius you got to be to ace the science project in Louisiana public schools. I mean, I'd love to sit here and tell you that it was some Einsteinian theory or some Copernican, theory or something, some Pythagorean theory. Look it up. I'd love to tell you it was that. No, it wasn't that hard, to be totally honest with you. It wasn't that difficult. There's nowhere in the world I could have got a dozen science projects done if it was nuclear physics. So as much as I'd love to sit here and tell you, oh, it was incredibly difficult, actually it kind of wasn't. But my point is, I was able to get the job done on that. Oh, I come from a family of self-made entrepreneurs. I come from a family of people who understood you can't ask these folk for nothing. You can't depend on them. And when you pass that down to your children, they don't get surprised and it doesn't decimate their self-esteem. When you send them to school and you teach your children, I'm sending you to where the enemy is. They are going to try to destabilize you. They're going to try to destroy your self-esteem. But you're not going to let them. When you tell them that before they go, and then when something happens, you sit there and support them, your children are going to come out all right. But when you do them like Candace Owens or Kanye West, and you don't do any type of debriefing or preparation, your children go out there, they get their asses knocked off, and then they go scrambling for the nicest non-black person they can find to help reassure them. Not used to the idea of a black person who doesn't need them to assure me. And you don't need it either. And your kids don't need it either. I created the Black channel because I wanted to be able to demonstrate to you in real time, in the real physical world, that we can be empowered and we can exercise power and we can do it in the interest of ourselves. And no, you are not going to be annihilated. No, they're not going to shut you down. And yes, I can do business with all kinds of white corporations. And yes, I can put up billboards around the country calling out white supremacy. Yes, I can do it. Jason, they won't let you do it. Then explain the damn billboards on Flatbush Avenue in New York City, put up by Lamar Billboards, the same Lamar Billboards that put up those Blue Lives Matter billboards for free. Well, Jason Black and the Black Channel put up billboards calling out white supremacy and the police on the very same billboards that Lamar was giving space away for Blue Lives Matter. You want to talk about empowerment? That's what it looks like. So if you want to know how it's done, comp a seat and pull up a chair. We do this every day. We do this every day. I'm not guessing my way through this. You go ask them in Dallas, Texas how I did it. If they running things, you go ask them in Dallas, Texas how I did it. If we're really powerless and there's nothing we can do and we can't co-opt them, explain to me all those billboard pictures around America if we can't do it. Explain how I got on V103. Explain how I was out there on Big Boy's show in California. Explain how I was on the Breakfast Club, the very same Breakfast Club that wouldn't call out Hillary Clinton for 3 strikes, but I was calling out Donald Trump. The very same one on terrestrial radio and YouTube. If we can't take over those outlets, explain how the hell I did it. If we can't do it, if we're powerless, if there's nothing that we can do in those media forums, then explain how I did it. Not 1 time, 3 times in a row. Explain that 3-peat to me. From 7 a.m., if you're black and broke, it's time to wake up, to gentrified Detroit is being ethnically cleansed, to race war, New York, you are the front line, to Dallas, Texas, after Botham Jean, why is it the good cops aren't calling out the bad ones? If this is a game and a joke, don't let some powerless Negro sit up here and try to tutor you on what you can't do. You need to come and meet some powerful black folk and listen to what the hell we got to say and tune out the rest of those people because they've been broken and defeated. Black folk aren't used to speaking to some Negroes who aren't defeated already. You got a family full of busted and broken and beaten and defeated people. And they want you to be broken and busted and defeated just like them. And they're scared to death when you tune in to a program or listen to somebody and he speaks in a very clear voice and he's articulate and he's sure of himself and he's knowledgeable. Oh yeah, and worst of all, he don't sound defeated. He doesn't sound beaten. He sounds like he really thinks he can take these people on. Yeah, I can. You really think you're going to get billboards and TV ads? You really think you're going to take over the white media? Yeah, I did it. I did it 3 times in a row. Want to see number 4? How many times you want to see it? Did I make up TMZ? Did I make up Vice TV? Did I make it up? Did I make it up? We give black lessons. This is how we do it. And I want your young black men in specific, but our young black sisters as well, to listen in. We need all hands on deck. We need all hands on deck. But you have seen a living example of how it's done. You've seen a living example of how it's done. I don't vote because when I spend money, I got an agenda. I recognize when somebody's running game in business, and I recognize when they're serious. And if you're not serious, I am not going to sit here and promote you. You got to have an agenda before we can break bread. I've got one. I know what it looks like when I meet somebody who doesn't have an agenda. Andrew Gilliam doesn't have a black agenda. He's got an agenda, just not a black one. Stacey Abrams, I'm not sure what the agenda is. I just know it ain't black. So when I meet a person who doesn't have an agenda, I know immediately as soon as they start talking, people who speak the same language, they understand immediately when they're both talking the same language, even in code. I know when I'm talking to someone who ain't speaking my language. If these people really had a black agenda, we would immediately recognize it. All I'm doing is I'm passing on the ability to identify those things to you. That's it. You heard it. Pick up what I'm putting down. D'Angela Lewis, thank you very much for your generous contribution here tonight. I understand about that. I want to thank all the people who have been supporting us tonight. Justin Hampton, thank you very much here as well. Too much emotion, not enough rational thought. I perfectly agree with that. And Milla Me, thank you very much for that as well. We've gone on for almost 4 hours. I didn't even know. The time flew by on this one. Almost 4 hours. But this broadcast was quintessential and essential. Go ahead, get him in here at the last minute. Amir Miller, thank you very much. Amir Miller is back again. I'm going to see if I can get something a little bit better here because I want to take care of these contributions a little bit better than what people are doing here because Google already has enough money. We got to do better than this. I'm going to see if I can give them some other alternatives. But I want to thank everyone for their support on this because that is essential and quintessential what we do here at the Black Channel. This is what it sounds like. This is what it sounds like. When black people are serious and have an agenda, this is what it sounds like. And I know that most people are not used to it. I know that most people are not used to having an agenda. And that's why they talk silly when we talk about politics. Politics is how you divide the society's resources. You better have a damn agenda and a preference when they're talking about dividing the resources. Because guess what? The human resources are the most critical. Money is the most ubiquitous, but the human resources are the most critical. And they're going to decide what happens to you. An agenda is not optional. An agenda is mandatory. Absolutely mandatory. And this broadcast tonight, which I expect you all to play and replay, to share and reshare over and over again, laid it out exactly as it needed to be. Why voting doesn't work for black people, but more importantly, how we can get it to work for us. Have a personal agenda, a personal economic agenda, a community group economic agenda, and from there, the politics fall into place. Oprah doesn't want you talking about that because she can't deliver you when you realize she isn't talking about your agenda. When you have an agenda, these other people will have no choice but to adopt one. Let's wrap this thing up. Next Saturday, Queens, New York, Race War, the final screening before we get ready to take this thing online and everything else. You definitely want to show up for that if you haven't seen it already. Go to our website, racewarmovie.com. That's racewarmovie.com. I want everyone involved in that there. Jerron Pertley and Simone Christie, thank you very much. They're trying to slide in there before the broadcast is over. Thank you very much for doing that. They're slipping a couple of bills into the door. Thank you very much for that as well. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the BlackChannel.net radio program. I am your host, your brother at arms, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black, also known as the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, black is the future, and the future is an agenda.